Thank you, Patrick, for being here today.
So how are y'all doing?
Good.
Excellent. So this is going to be a little different for me. If you've ever heard me speak before, I walk around. I'm a walker and a talker, and I lay hands on people. Not going to happen today because I have to stay right here in front of this magic little and so welcome to all the folks out there in TV land. And a little background on me. My name's Patrick Mawhinney. Some of you folks know me, some of you don't. I've got a BS in botany and a master's in plant mythology. Ran a company called Prestige Shrub, Tree and Turf for 35 plus years. My son owns it now. It was a nice transition, and I was proud that he was able to continue the company. And what we did, initially we did tree and shrub care. And then we, as opportunities came to light, we started doing some turf care, and we did some maintenance for a while. And I've always said that this job would be great except for the employees and the customers. And so over the years, and I'll probably say some stuff today, you're going to have to, this is a great group of speakers. And I'll probably say some stuff. We're in Griffin, the land of turf. And I usually get thrown out down here on the turf days because I ask questions. And so I'll probably say some stuff that'll probably ruffle some feathers today, but I've been doing this so long, and it's very simple, some of these problems with turf and trees. So, and as I go, like I said, and this is new technology for me, so you have to bear with me a little bit. So first I want to ask for some demographics. How many in here are landscapers? Okay, landscape architects? Well, you're okay, but I usually, so, and then we've got arborists. I'm assuming a batch of arborists in here, of course. And any other type of jobs that y'all do? We've got a forester in there. Okay. So like I said, I'm going to say some stuff that you're all going to go, no way. And sometimes I'll say this, you got to take, you have to really listen to the English language. It's a very complex language, and there's nuances in what people say. And so, and we'll get into this about the turf issues. And so without further ado, the first thing I want to talk about is customer perception. One of the problems with the customers is you got the ones that want perfect everything, perfect trees, perfect turf. They don't want to pay for it particularly, and they have no idea what they're up against, especially the ones that play golf. Because when they go out and play golf, the men and the women, they see this Augusta thing going on. They have no earthly idea usually what it takes to produce that. The amount of chemicals, the amount of maintenance, just all the stuff that goes on behind the scenes, kind of like at Disney World. You go down to Disney World, do a ride, but in those back corridors, that's where everything happens. And then you got the other kind of customers like, make it look as good as you can. I'm good to go and stuff. But even those customers, they'll have issues with turf, and they don't want to listen to what the expert says. One of my favorite things, my son says, it used to be when growing up, your dad, so you were always right. I said, well, of course. He said, but now, he said, you've gotten older, and when somebody says you're wrong, he says, I love it. He said, the hackles go up, you puff up, you get bigger. And I said, that's because I'm still always right. And there's a lot of things that I don't know, but I've seen so many things on a daily basis that's the same old, and it doesn't change. Same customers and stuff. So like I said, let's go ahead and get into this thing real quick here. Neil, I thought Neil gave me 4 hours, but he told me I had 45 minutes. Turf and trees really do not mix. Let's say it again. Turf and trees really do not mix. They don't play well together. Lawn care can't fix bad turf or poor growing conditions. This is one of the myths that customers have invested in, is that if they have bad turf, bad growing conditions, if they hire a lawn care company, that can be fixed. It can't. When we would go in and do a survey on a property for lawns, I was one of the worst at saying, yes, we can turn this around. Yeah, you can't. If it's bad situation and bad turf, it's just not going to work. And you give the customer a false hope. And you have to just keep moving on and then educate that customer. All right, we're going to give this a shot here. Did it again. Okay, that's obviously not it. There we go. Okay, now we're rolling. So an interesting side note about golf courses. Their livelihood relies on great grass and turf, not marginal turf. And 37 AW, how many people in here play golf? Okay. You don't have to be embarrassed, but raise your hand. You can raise it high. In 37, A.W. Twillinghast, it's a legendary golf course superintendent. He was quoted as saying, I sometimes take my very life in my hands when I suggest a certain tree happens to be spoiling a pretty good golf hole. Okay. This whole thing with trees on golf courses, they didn't used to be like that. They were these wide open spaces as per Scotland. That's the way they built these. And over time, this park concept, this nice thing with the trees and stuff, and it just doesn't work. Okay. So in the 90s, Oakhurst Golf Course in Pennsylvania surreptitiously removed 3,000 trees. I loved how they did this. They had people complaining about the grass not doing well, different areas. The golf course superintendent was a well thought of, one of the famous superintendents. He said, well, we got to get rid of the trees. That's the problem. And so at night, they would get out there at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, and they would take a section and they would cut all the trees down. They would come in and de-stump them. They'd mulch them, even landscape. And so by the next day, when the golfers were on the course, there were no trees there, like it had never been. They took down 3,000 trees. Initially, they got in trouble because people were, oh my God, you're taking all our trees down. But then everybody went, hey, this is very nice. You know, the grass is better. They still had trees lining some of the areas. And he basically said, you know, do you want great turf or do you want great trees? You can't have both. You can, and there's a way to do it, but we'll get there. So here we have the golf courses acknowledging the 500-pound gorilla in the room. I mean, this is something nobody ever wants to admit. They want the trees, they want the turf, they want everything else. It just doesn't work. Customers can have an irrational bond with both their turf and their trees. If you know this, you know, please, my tree, you have to save it. I wouldn't even under some of the evaluations I did, I'd pull up, I wouldn't even park under the tree, but they wanted you to save that tree. I mean, against everything. Here's money. It's like, no, you can't save this tree. So this bond they have, and with their turf and their trees, their shrubs, not as much, but the turf, some of them are just married to this turf thing. Okay, so to understand what we're dealing with here, we're going to start at the beginning. There's a reason, and I may be preaching to the choir on some of this stuff, depends on how much ecology you've had, but there's a reason that natural grasslands, as a rule, do not have trees in their domain. Simply stated, the natural progression of a grassland ecosystem entails grass transitioning to mixed grass annuals and perennials, to low shrubs, to small trees, to larger trees. The grasses fading away, the trees begin to dominate, and the grassland slowly disappears. The way it is, folks. That's what happens. You can change that by going in and mowing constantly, trying to keep stuff down in these natural areas. It just holds off the inevitable. So here's a secondary succession oak hickory forest. Again, a lot of folks, even arborists, it depends on what training you've had, they don't really pay much attention to why this stuff works or what they're looking at is happening. And this is what's happening. The pioneer species, again, the annual plants grow. They're succeeded by the grasses and the perennials. Intermediate species, the shrubs show up, the pines show up, and then this happens to be an oak hickory forest. This is, you can pick this for anything. Oak hickory beech, oak hickory. The pines always fade away, but this is the way it's going to go every time. And you notice that middle slide, in the picture in the middle, you know, that's that slow progression, and the trees, in fact, will shade themselves out sometimes. So certain trees will dominate. So the climax community, the mature oak hickory forest remains stable until the next disturbance, which is a fire, construction, whatever. And that's what you get. The pines are gone after a while. And again, there's variations on this, but usually there's some outside factor that changes this progression. But the main thing here, what don't we have in the end? Grass, turf. Okay. So here's the progression. You can see that you got a field. This is a mowed right away, but on the edge of the field, you can see the progression has started. All right. Then it moves to the pines. Further back behind there, there's some smaller shrubs, smaller trees. Then you get an intermediate forest. Small hardwoods, the pines on this one were actually managed out, but you can still see the smaller trees. There's one big tree in here. And then finally, you get these big, very large, mature forest. So when did all this start with the need for turf around the house and the building and everything else? So I'm pretty sure the cavemen probably, this is exactly what we could see back then. The other part of this slide, you can see that it's a grass hut. They've got the fire going out there, but you can notice the grass around here. It's a little simulation stuff. One part of this, one reason for this is, why did they do this? Why did they clear the area around their house? Animals, creatures, other bad guys coming up so they could see, all right? And then English and Scots, I'm going to blame it on them since I'm Irish, Scotch-Irish. The English and the Scots, you got the castles and the large keeps and the areas of huge surrounding grass. Again, it was a defensive situation. They could see for miles around these castles. Very seldom, if you look at a castle that's in its original state, the trees are isolated here and there. This is an old castle, or keep, if you want to call it. And you can see some trees in here, but they weren't there originally. All right. Then, of course, the golf course. Okay. What do you notice about this golf course? There's no trees. Okay. There's a reason. This is in Scotland. This is the old course. So the golf course idea, of course, came over to the United States with immigrants and also the folks, the very rich folks that saw it over there, brought it back over here. And then Neil, is that in their view too? If need be. I don't know if they're, okay.
Yeah.
Like I said, new technology. So I'm just going to read it. So all this whole idea of grass and gardens during the 17th century, the Jacobean gardening craze kicked in. So you had these big house manners. This is in England. You had it in England, Scotland. You had it in Italy, some in France, Spain. And they had this whole idea where they have to have the formal gardens and they had the perfect grass. So this kept going. And then you notice now the trees are back in this landscape. You notice that big shade path under that tree. Okay. All right. European immigrants brought the idea of the lawn to the United States that eventually led to the lawns for every house. Y'all know who Frederick Law Olmsted was? If you do not, write that name down and do your homework. In the late 1800s, he designed suburbs in which each of the residential homes had a lawn. There you go. That's where it's really got cranked up and started. And then the kiss of death here, powered lawnmower was invented in 1830. It was a very large chunk of machinery, and it was, I cannot remember the fellow that invented it. I was trying to remember to give him credit, but he won't know that I didn't give him credit. So, and that lawnmower was really more for the big estates. It really wasn't a homeowner thing. But by the late 40s, home with a lawn package began to be the standard. The development of Levittown development in Levittown, New York, and this is what they were selling to folks. You had the house, everything ready to go. You had a yard, you had grass, albeit not great grass it doesn't look like, but this was the new package. You had a house with turf. And what do you notice again about this picture? No trees particularly. Okay, you can see some trees off in the background and stuff, but they're not in the neighborhood. All right. So now let's look at why they have why we have issues in suburban and commercial situations. So here we go. From the initial construction of these houses, buildings, whatever else, and y'all know this is what's happening. All right. They dump stuff all over. Since I'm on live, Neil, I'll try to keep my cuss words to a minimum.
Oh, by the way, that is not on the actual version.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay. I didn't think it was. But. So when they build a house, they usually clear a piece of property. If they had trees, you got to clear the trees out. Trees are in the way. Okay. Hopefully they did clear the trees out, because if they don't clear the trees out, they ruin them anyways. So they're just like a liability further down the road. But this is what they do. They pile stuff all over the potential, the future lawn and landscape area. And occasionally you can see lumber, but you can see, this is my favorite. Keep the trucks from sinking in, they put in gravel. Okay. So make sure I got my buttons going on here. All right. Now you get your Bobcat We're going to clean it up now. So we got the Bobcat running back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Or better, let's get the bulldozer out. Run it back and forth, clean all this stuff up. So now you've got a soil compaction level of 300 PSI plus. Do y'all ever use a penetrometer when you're out talking to customers or looking at properties? Okay. So if you don't have a penetrometer, buy one. They're $300-400 probably, something like that.
Yeah.
You get one that's got a nice dial in there. We use it all the time to show customers why their turf was not growing. The penetrometer, as you push it down in the soil, the needle goes up and it shows you PSI. All right. So you can go out there and put this in the soil. We always let the customer do this. We let them go and they push it down. They go, oh, wow, 300 PSI. And when you get to 300 PSI, you have to be big. You have to be like Eric to get that thing going in the soil anymore. It's hard. Then you tell them to go over to the driveway and do the same thing. And they go to the driveway and they push it down and there goes the needle and 300 PSI. And they're like, well, what? Wait a minute. How can I've got grass over here? Yes, you've got grass with a sub-level compaction of 300 PSI. One of the reasons turf does not grow deep roots here is because of this compaction. Another reason is it's looking for air, water. It's not down there. It's right underneath it. You get, if we're lucky in most of our turfs, and I talk Atlanta mainly, this is a little different down here, a little different soil. But in Atlanta, if you get turf with root systems deeper than about 3 inches, 4 inches, man, it's time to party and dance. That's deep, okay? Normally we have turf in the 2-inch level. It's just a turf. Roots in the 2-inch depth. That is not enough to sustain that through problems, weather, hot, cold, too wet, too dry, bad winter, no sun, etc. So this is part of the major problem. It's the first problem. Now, then the insult to injury, they've gone through and they're still using the Bobcat. Luckily, they put the irrigation in beforehand, hopefully, not always. And then for the install, now they're going to come in and they're going to lay these pallets on top of their work area. These are 500, 600 square foot pallets of sod. So, you know, you're talking 1,000, 1,500 pounds. If it's dry, wet, it's heavier. And how do they get it there? Bobcat. Okay. So now they're driving all that. Looks real pretty. It's all raked off. You know, this is really, really nice, et cetera. Except for the fact that it is super compacted. All right. Now all the equipment's going on. So when I first started the company and I did landscaping, it was very hard to rent some of this equipment. This is how long ago it was. I had a ball cart. And so that's how we moved trees into the property to plant them. I had Shemin's. Any of y'all remember Shemin's Nursery? Okay. I had Shemin's. There was a delivery guy there named Joe. And Joe pulls up the property, knew me because I'd been buying some plants and stuff. And he pulls up, he looks around. I'm the only one on the property. And he says, where's the crew? And I said, oh, they're at lunch, but I'm going to go ahead and unload the truck. And he looked at me, he goes, you're lying to me. You're the crew. I know you. You're the crew. And I went, hey, look, I don't have a crew. He goes, how are you going to get this? You don't have equipment. How you get off the truck? Well, there's a way to get trees off the truck. You lay it on a 2x6 board, slide them down into your ball cart, lever it over, roll it on there. That ball cart is almost zero compaction into that soil area. So that's the way it used to be done before all the equipment started. The equipment's one of our major problems. You can see here, again, here's the slide in with the fork, dropping it in the hole. Everybody's walking over everything, you know, on and on and on. So again, all these issues are just snowballing here, what you're up against for the trees and the turf. Then, of course, if you have an install irrigation after the fact, you know, sorry about the slide being a little blurry there. You get that stuff going on, as we all well know, if you've done work with trees. So, and, you know, my favorite is I didn't cut any major roots. No, you just cut pretty much all the roots. So, and then you come over here and you can see the line going out here. Sometimes you're forced into this with, you know, if you've got to put a new water line in, this type of thing. Now they're staying pretty far away from this. But here's drip line. You see they're right at the drip line come the corner, but then here we go on the backside. Luckily, these trees aren't that big and old, but then in the back there, you see, They're running that trench right along that. You will get two things happening here. One, tree decline sets in. It can't not. It's a big ball rolling down the hill. And what you're doing with remediation to this damage is you're standing in front of that ball trying to slow it down. Fertilization, proper watering, on and on and on. You're only slowing down the inevitable when this is done to these trees. This is what finally happens. This is an old tree. It's been there for quite a long time. It had a nice canopy on it. Very good canopy. This is one of the things about trees that are so resilient. They try their best, no matter how much we've done to the root system, they try their best to keep coming back. And so you look at this tree and it's got a beautiful canopy and it falls over and you're like, what happened? It's because the tree has managed to work around all these issues it has and continue to try to grow. And of course, one of the major problems is because it has a huge canopy with no root system, then you've got wind bite. I mean, it's going to go over eventually. And then if you put in all this pretty new turf, this was a new saw job. They came in, we watched this happening. They came in here, they took off all the old nasty turf with a bobcat, back graded it, used it. I called them Grady's, but I can't remember what they're called. It's the thing that cleans up all the soil and stuff. Compaction level goes up. They work around these trees. You can see this tree. And again, what don't we see on this for the people out there that are new arborists? What's not under this tree? No taproot. Never is, unless you're in South Georgia, deep sand. But there you go. That's your root plate. And they have managed to rip off most of the structure around that root plate and decay set into this tree. This is all the result of all this indirect work on these lawns. So there's your problem with an existing tree in a lawn. Okay, other than competing with the grass, it becomes not a stable tree. Okay, so can turf be grown under trees? The answer is yes. Can quality turf be grown under the trees? And that depends on your definition of quality. If you don't really care, sure, you can have some turf under the trees. The paying customers are paying all this money for the trees and the turf and the lawn, especially in the big neighborhoods, especially if you're in a subdivision which has a homeowner association that is a little bit on the crazy side where they fine you for having a weed. They walk around looking for stuff in the grass, and it's got to be perfect. Some of the associations go so far as you have to real mow everything. That is a whole other lecture. Okay. Again, it depends on your definition of quality. And you can see here's your turf, here's your tree line back here. You've got dappled shade here, and there's nice turf, very high quality turf. This one, he paid for high quality turf. It's in the backyard of his house. And again, customers will swear they are in full sunlight all the time. It's always full sunlight. So here's where we get into solutions stuff. Ideally, don't plant the trees in the turf area. Plant the trees in a mulch areas that are far away from the turf. The turf decline is the result of not only the shade, but more importantly, root system competition. All right, for water and nutrients. The trees are going to win this. And over time, your turf quality, it will decline near the trees and the turf, no matter what you do. Okay, there are a few remedies here, but if the trees and the turf are part of a landscape plan, then restrict all the construction traffic to the initial house build from the turf and tree planting area. That's a good start. If the trees must be in the plan, so you want to use something like a Sunseeker type app to determine how much shade or direct sunlight the turf will actually receive. Are y'all familiar with Sunseeker? All right, we started doing Sunseeker 10 years ago for the company. I got to get the right button here. Okay. It's a powerful tool. Pre-planning to determine where the turf will have thinning issues so you can let the people know or try to remediate that. Post-planning to help visualize the shade issues and help you with remediation, pruning, or targeted removal if possible. Then customers relate brightness and daylight with adequate direct sunlight, and we'll swear they get full sun all day long. The sun locator, this one that I've got, is called Sunseeker for the iPhone. Android has a different version of it. It has a thing called 3D augmented reality, which graphically and visually shows the customer, the landscape architect, or yourself, the actual sun tracks. Any time of the year, any place in the world, anywhere you're standing, rain, snow, sun, dark. You can tell exactly what the sun is going to do where you're standing. It is a cool app. I had a guy argue with me one time when I was showing him why, you'll see that his lawn, why it didn't grow his version of quality grass. And I said, you don't get enough sun. He said, I'm full sunlight all the time. I said, no, you're not sunlight any of the time. And I pulled the Sunseeker out, showed him, and he says, I don't know where that came from and where you got that, but this is the fake news. He said, but that's not real science. I said, I think Aztecs or maybe God or somebody way back when developed this app. But anyway, so I'm telling you right now, get you a Sunseeker app. They're $10. Go ahead and pay for the one that's free, doesn't have the augmented reality. Now, augmented reality. So if I can get this to work, we worked earlier today. We're going to work now. I may need help. Hang on.
What's your goal?
There we go. It's going to move now. Okay. This is when you open the Sunseeker up. That's what you see. You're in the middle. You're in the dot in the middle. Okay. And you can turn around, you can look, and you see the yellow is current sun track. Red is summer solstice. Blue is winter solstice. You can add tons of stuff in here. You can see down here, July, August, September. You can move it around. This is going to jump around a bit. This is my backyard. I'm in full sunlight all day long in the backyard. It's bright. So where I'm standing in the backyard, you can see this shade down here. There's a sun track. Okay. And that's where it is at that point of time. And you can see 1 p.m. I'm going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, and I start running out. 4.5 hours each of sun. That's direct sun to the spot I'm standing in. Okay. You see the winter, it doesn't get hardly any winter sun in the spot. Now I'm going to move to the middle. You just move around the yard. Move to the middle of the yard. You notice, obviously, the winter gets worse, but now you see how this changes. Now, in my middle of the yard, I don't get sun out there till 12 p.m. So it's 1, 2, 3. See if I went all the way across. I may not have gone all the way across. Yeah, 4, 3, 4. I gained an hour, almost 6. So about almost 5 or 6 hours in the middle of the lawn, okay? And you can see that's the current. So for a customer, this is probably going to go through it again. So if you can show the customer this, they're amazed. They're amazed that you're standing on a spot which they swear, you can stand on the spot in full sunlight, and they go, but we're in full sunlight. Right now, yes, we are. But that's the problem. These minimum direct sunlights are what we're after here. Okay, so again, this is Sunseeker. Go get this thing. It's awesome. And then augmented reality through the camera. Architects use it inside a building to know how much sun's going to come through the windows when they're designing. You can even stand there, as long as you know, you can even put a square on a table, and it will tell you when you build this fake model, it'll tell you exactly, as long as you orient it toward north, you can tell where the sun's going to come in on a model, you know, and anywhere in the world, from where you're standing, you can tell what's going to be going on. So I can take this, and if all my guys, my son's guys, they all have this on the phone. Prior to that, if I could get a call and they go, hey, look, you know, we're down here and I'm sitting in the back of this yard, and I could actually go on the map to their yard on Google and tell them exactly how much sunlight was going to be in any certain spot at any certain time. So this is an awesome, powerful, powerful tool. Okay. So here, just real quick, this is what I'll do for you. This fellow fired me because I could not get the grass to grow. We kept telling him, you put in a zoysia, You put in zenith, which is, we'll get to all the grass types in a real quick in a minute. It's supposed to be sun tolerant. I'm sorry, shade tolerant. We'll get into that in a second. You notice here, there's current. Now what's cool is too, it's 9 a.m., but see down at the bottom here, 10:22 a.m. This spot does not get any sun, direct sun, the entire day. It gets 0 winter sun. There's the winter. It gets 0 direct sun. But if you would stand out there and look, you'd swear that this thing should get sun. But I'm sorry, it's the way the sun rock and rolls, and it is what it is. If it's not going to get enough sunlight, direct sun is the key. There's your problem. All right, so here's another one. They were complaining that the turf was deteriorating. This is a zoysia. Zoysia really has to have winter sunlight. All turfs have to have winter sun, but you can see it's deteriorating. No winter sun at all. The sun's straight above here. And you notice this is a cloudy day, but I can still tell you where the sun is tracking. So here's another one. It's one of my favorites. You can see the deterioration in here. There's no winter sun. It's behind these trees. And that's the angle of the sun there. This turf, whole turf area right here, because of the track, gets about 2 hours direct sunlight per day. It's zoysia, emerald zoysia, and it tolerates it at best, and you have to pull out all the stops on a lawn care program to keep this stuff alive. And of course, you've got all the trees and all these situations competing. But if you do put a brick edge, the trees don't go out there anymore, right? The roots don't go there anymore. They just stop, right? Okay. Which the customers believe too. So here's another one. Deterioration under the tree. It's root system deterioration. It doesn't dry out. You can see as you get further away from that root zone. This is a cherry tree above it, and cherry tree root zone is about right in there. You can see it just starts to fade away. And this is emerald, one of the highest types of turf as far as shade tolerance. And again, I talked about the nuance of the English language. Shade tolerance. Here's the one I told you where the guy told me that he didn't know where I got the app because he's in full sun all day. This is in a golf course community. This turf is in no sun any time of the day. You walk out in the street and it's sun 5-6 hours. Across the street, obviously, it's 5 or 6 or 8 hours, but he did not get any sun. Would not believe me, even with the app. Life's too short, cut your losses, move on. Let the guy hire the next 5 or 10 lawn care companies. So again, sorry about the slide, it's a little blurry. Even with a high shade situation where you hear, I think it's maybe a southern thing, high shade, low shade, I don't know. But high prune trees, golf courses are notorious for this. They prune the trees up. And if you've got a pine tree, especially, our pine trees self-slough, the slash and the loblolly self-slough. They drop their branches anyway. They turn into this tall telephone pole. That's why they're used for telephone poles. But you can see around the bottom, that's your most active root zone where it's stealing all the water. The shade's really not a factor here. So in other words, even if you're casting shade, it's that root system that's the culprit. That is your nemesis. Okay, this is what your customer wants, but they're never willing to pay the price for this. Okay, this type of lawn care, I'm not talking about the mowing and stuff, because this is a crosslap diamond mow, and if you can even convince a landscaper, a maintenance guy to do this, hopefully he's charging enough money. Multiple aerations to keep in fact, if you look back here, that's an aerator. Multiple aerations to reduce that compaction, because compaction never goes away. It will be your friend forever. I think it was Davy Tree. They did, when the airspace came out, they did a study where they did a root excavation. They came in with new mulch, and within 3 years, it was as compacted as it was before. You're looking at me skeptical. Not every situation, but in many situations, it will happen, because what's happening with compaction is you're pressing topsoil down, and underneath that is Stone Mountain, basically. So you're squishing this stuff, all right? And so this is why over time, rain, settling, this starts to return to a compacted state. So if you want this, you aerate it multiple times. There's lots of fungicide going into this thing because the turf, even if this was put in correctly and everything's magical, this is not a golf course, you can see it's a farm, it still has issues. Turf takes a lot of resources. Great turf takes an amazing amount of resources to turn this out like this, and it's doable. All right. What do you notice about this one, about the trees? There's one little guy in the middle, which I think must have been that one that my grandma gave me that tree and I need to keep it alive. There it is. So the other trees are on these edges. Okay. So some quick examples, and I'm going to move on as quick as I can because I think I'm over already.
10 minutes.
Oh, awesome. So this is Zenith shade tolerant zoysia. It's in moderate to heavy shade. Zenith is a shade tolerant zoysia. Shade tolerant zoysia. This gets no winter sun at all, either spot. That heavy shade area in the background, that doesn't get any sun ever. We used the sun tracker on this to find out because the day I was down there, it was cloudy. But I knew that this was in full shade year round. The turf's almost completely gone here. The customer cannot understand why, because when they look at it, especially on a rainy day or a cloudy day, looks like it gets sun. Okay. And if you can get them out there on this day, well, they go, oh, yeah, obviously it does, but it gets probably afternoon sun. No, it doesn't. They swore once again, their entire front yard got full sun. So that sun tracker with us, we use this stuff, use the sun tracker extensively. All right, real quick, y'all may or may not know this stuff. We got 5 types of grass we deal with: zoysia bermuda, tall fescue, centipede, St. Augustine. All right, the top 3, zoysia bermuda and tall fescue, they're the ones you're going to see most down as you move further south. Griffin area, you're going to get into centipede, excuse me, sometimes the St. Augustine. Again, I speak from Atlanta. Bless their hearts at Griffin. When they had a fescue study a few years back, and the control, there was no disease. It was a fescue brown patch study. There was no disease in the control. And I brought that up, and they said, yeah, it was so bad we couldn't get the fescue to get infected. We had to add inoculant to even infect the fescue. Not like that up in Atlanta. Fescue comes with brown patch. Zoysia comes with zoysia patch. Bermuda comes with dollar spot. So we have all the stuff going on. And if you don't believe in global warming, I'm sorry, but if you're spending money in your program, how many people do turf care in here? So 15 years ago, we hardly spent any money for fungicides other than fescue on our zoysia Bermuda. Just didn't do it. I mean, it had dollar spot occasion, but no brown patch, no rhizoctonia, winter patch, all that stuff. Now, it's a known fact. We put tons of fungicide out to try to keep the zoysia patch, the winter patch, all this stuff, which is all forms of rhizoctonia, out of the zoysia and the Bermuda. So times are changing. This weather change, we're warmer in the fall, which means the grass is stressed longer. They don't settle into the winter pattern like they should, like they used to. And that's what we end up with. So, gotta get the right buttons, Neil. Here is a key. Except for fescue, all of these turf types require at least 5 to 6 hours minimum direct sunlight. Minimum direct sunlight. Will they grow in shade? Yes. The more shady, the less good they are. The quality starts going out the window. Some of these require 6 to 8 hours minimum direct sunlight. And shade tolerant is just that. It's the grass tolerates it. And if you're happy with that, you're good to go. But customers read shade tolerant as grows in shade. Perfectly fine, grows in shade. Tifgram is one of the new turfs they developed down here. When I first saw it, I tried to give, can't remember the researcher name, but I said, hey, I'll give you $100 if you plant that in the shade under that tree. Because all their Tifgram was out in the full sun. Looks great. You move that into the shade, heavy shade, and it thins out like the rest of the turfs. It's shade tolerant. It'll do better on that lower end of the sun scale. But again, it even wants 5 hours. If you want to go on the websites and look at this, that's something that pops out. When you start looking at all these shade tolerant turfs, they all tell you, they're all honest. 5 to 6 hours minimum direct sunlight for quality turf. Okay. None of the turf types tolerate tree root system competition. That's the other major key. All right. We're going to run through this pretty quickly. Zoysia, 5 to 6 hours. It has to have winter sun or it deteriorates. Bermuda, usually it's Tifway 419, which was developed in Georgia, obviously. And the 6 to 8 hours minimum for quality turf. And even the Tiff Grand, it requires at least 5 hours of direct sunlight. Below that, it just doesn't produce quality turf. Now you add trees to the equation, it's worse. Okay. Turf type tall fescue. Let's not even get into the red fescues, the chewings, all these other ones. They don't do well here. They thin out. They're just raggedy old grass. In a field, they're great. Even fescue requires at least 3 to 4 hours of direct sunlight per day. And without that, it kind of meanders along. It'll tolerate 5 to 6 hours of indirect dappled sunlight, but again, the turf quality drops and you have issues. You have more disease issues, and it will not grow and prosper in heavy shade. Not going to happen. Centipede. Shouldn't even mention it, but anyways, down here you see a lot more of it. Grows great in sandier soil. It requires 4 to 5 hours direct sunlight. Sorry, it does. To get quality. Quality centipede to me is kind of an oxymoron, but the customers don't like it usually because it's off color. In Atlanta, it struggles with a lot of stuff. If you just put out in your field in the pasture, let it go, great. Okay. Chemical lawn maintenance on this is a pain in the butt. St. Augustine. I can show you some St. Augustine lawns that are wonderful. Most of them have tons of issues, disease. Okay. Trees and turf can coexist. Turf weed control properly applied will not harm trees. You may hear differently today. Depends on who you have speaking. I'm not sure. If it's done correctly, the trees are strong enough to work right through these herbicides. Most of the herbicides are bound up in the top clay and sand. Starts to have some different things happen there. But be honest with yourself. If you have the tree planted close to the turf and it blocks the minimum direct sunlight requirement, you're going to have degradation of the quality. And the customer in their mind is paid for turf and tree perfection. Okay. Alternatives, artificial turf. I never thought that would come a day when I would throw this up on the screen and say it's an alternative to real live turf. Little or no maintenance, doesn't harm the trees. It's porous to water. Soil heating is not an issue with the southern trees because they're kind of used to it anyway. Does not need water. Cons. Looks almost too perfect. Deteriorates over time with UV exposure. Cost of an install is $5 to $10 per square foot. That's per square foot, not per 1,000 square feet, per square foot. So you do the math in your head. 1,000 square foot spot, $5,000. Yeah. Does it last forever? No, it does not last forever. It makes soil injection for the trees very problematic because you're poking holes in your plastic turf. It doesn't provide any filtering and cleaning, which turf does. Turf is a great bioremediator. It doesn't produce O2. And if you're looking for the eco-shrieker side of it, its carbon footprint to reduce plastic turf is huge. Okay. This is like I drove down here in a Prius. I'm saving the earth, except when I have to get rid of that battery. And then my footprint goes crazy, carbon footprint. So there's always trade-offs. This is why these turfs look good. They put stuff like this in them. It looks like it was melted. That actually is what makes the turf look so good. So here we go. That's artificial turf. Root problems out in the grass, that's artificial turf. That's obviously artificial turf. There's artificial turf. I'm not sure why they had to sand their artificial turf, but who knows? This was funny. This one over here actually gets weeds. Weed control had to be applied to keep the weeds out of the artificial turf. Next, ground covers, moss. If you can convince the customer that moss is good, go for it. It's perfect. It grows. You don't have to do anything to it. It's under the trees. The trees don't bother it. Mondo grass, one of the best solutions ever. It tolerates the trees. You can see this over here. The tree is right in the middle of this area right here, and a small strip. The Mondo grass just does a great job. That's the magic, one of the magic ground covers. Natural, you usually can't get away with it unless you live out in the country. So probably the best solution is to have a very large mulch area around the trees, plant the trees as far away from the turf as possible, reduce that root system competition from the trees, and be mindful of the sun track and shade effect, because even though your tree is over there, you may be still shading out your turf. Larger area, the better. Make sure the irrigation spray does not hit the trunk of the tree, causes problems, which we all know. Put this on a large drip irrigation system for the tree. Don't plan on your lawn watering your trees. Give them their own irrigation system. Okay, and so here's your best management practice between trees and turf. Keep them separated. Use a Sunseeker app. And if you can't separate them, expect the turf decline unless you can move to an alternative. So I was pretty close to that, wasn't I?
Very good.
There you go.
Patrick. So just load this next presentation, and so give me 1 minute and I'll introduce Joelette.
I'll be hanging around if you got questions. So if you want to, later I can show you the,
Helen, can you go get Joelette?
I'll show you the Sunseeker I've got on my phone, obviously, and we can go poke around with the Sunseeker stuff. So as I say, my work is done here.
Okay, great. All right. Next we have, so a lot of times we're out in the field and we just don't know how to get that sample to where it needs to be tested. And that's what Joelette does at DeKalb County. She's helped me a few times and she's very helpful. So I'll just let her talk about it. Thanks for being here this morning, Joelette.
Hi, everyone. My name is Joelette Bembry, and I am with UGA Extension. I'm in DeKalb County. I'm one of the extension agents over there. So like Neil said, I do help most of our landscape professional, arborists, homeowners be able to test their soils, and they bring their soil samples in to our office, and we have them in all 50 plus counties. So that is the agents, and they're able to help homeowners or you all with your soil samples. So I'm just going to give you just some pointers on how to collect the soil while you're out in the field, if you're doing it, or if you're going to instruct someone else to do it. So basically, we're just going to go over the why, the when, the where, and the how of how to be able to collect the soil samples. So first of all, the reason why we're doing it is basically to establish a baseline of nutrients that we might need to be able to plant, and then to determine the nutrients, to assess the pH within the soil, to measure the change overall over a long period of time or just a short period of time. Documentation of the soil nutrients, if that's something that you need for documentation purposes, and to avoid the excess nutrients that might be in the salt solubles and things of that nature, and to develop a plan of what to do next is what we're going to be the reason why we're doing this. So most of the time, fall is the best time, desirable time to collect your soil sample, but you can collect it at any time. When you're looking at your annual crops, like your vegetables and things of that nature, you definitely want to make sure that you're doing it at the time that you are cultivating the field or the site, at the change of crops or crop rotation. You want to make sure you're doing it for our perennials, our trees, our shrubs, and things of that nature. We want to try to make sure that we're doing those before planting. If at all possible, this will allow us to make sure that we get the proper nutrients inside of the soil at a good time period. So when we're looking at where we want to take soil samples, this diagram just gives you points within a homeowner's landscape of different areas. So basically, we're going to be looking at different zones, like you have your wooded area zone. So you might want to name that zone A, and you have your vegetable zone B, and so on, your garden or grass and your low impact. So you want to make sure that you're also labeling these areas when you take out these soil samples. When you take these soil samples, you want to try to make sure you're taking at least 6 to 8 different probes or probes at one time. So you to be able to get an equal distribution of your soil and what you have. So you want to try to remove all at the time before you go ahead and sink down in whatever instrument tool that you're going to use to collect your soil. You want to try to remove all your thatch, your mulch, before you do your sampling. So you want to try to get all of that out the way before you do it. So for our turf grass, we want to try to go down at least 4 inches. And then for our shrubs in our garden areas, at least 6 is what we're looking at. And for our tree zone, we want to go down at least 8 So 8 or more is always going to be better past the drip line, or around, I should say, around the drip line of the plants. So you want to try to go in those areas when you're collecting your soil. So when you're taking your sample crops between your rows, if you were taking it like in a vegetable garden or some type of bed or something like that, we want to try to make sure that if we know that we fertilize in certain areas, we want to try to get the areas that we did not fertilize, maybe, when we're taking those soil samples. So you want to also separate the soils that might be light or dark in color, or may have been limed or unlimed separately. So you want those soil samples to be separate from just your baseline soil test. You want to sample. The only reason you sample, I guess, your front and your backyard separately is if you know for sure that that particular area you have treated differently, or if you know the soil feel is totally different. So you want to definitely take a separate sample for your front and backyard at that point. We want to make sure that we're using a clean bucket when we do this. So if you've already collected soil previously, you want to try to make sure that you're cleaning out your bucket, that you're mixing your soil in, and that you clean off your tools before you go ahead and start utilizing any of your tools. And so you want to try to use the appropriate tools. I had a soil compactor. I brought the Soil Probe with me, but it's different tools out there. The Soil Probe runs you about $80 to $100 for a good one, to make sure that you have that when you're in the field to be able to collect soil samples. So when we're looking at the how part of it, the dry and the mixing of a sample. So after we've taken all of these probes from different areas, from our different zones that we have, we want to try to break up any of the rocks, any of those things that any clumps that we might have of the soil before we go ahead and put everything into a bag. So we're going to try to remove all of those things out of there before we bag up the soil as much as possible. So if the soil is wet, because we don't need to ship off wet soil, we're going to try to allow it to air dry. So it's not an oven dry, it's nothing like that. Just in your garage somewhere, just laying out a sheet of paper or something of that nature, and just allowing the oil to be able to dry out is what we want to do. And so at that point, we want to go ahead and mix all the soil up together at that point that we have collected. So we have all of these different areas that we're going to collect. And so we're going to mix it all together and make sure that it's crushed well. And then we're going to try to basically put it into its container or its bag that we're utilizing to ship it off in. So 1 pint into a soil sample bag, and I did bring some there. We have them. And so that's usually what we need. And then on our bags, we have like our county, what county you're from, and then you also label your zones. So at the beginning of it, we had those different areas. So your woodlot zone and whatever it is that you might want to be planting there. If you have a vegetable garden, if that's something that you're planting there, if it's trees that you're planting or shrubs, you want to go ahead and label that. And so for us, if you're coming into our office and you're dropping off your soil sample, for each bag is $10. If you're mailing this off, if you're going online and you're getting the kit from offline, the price is totally different. I want to say that it's $15. So they will mail you a kit, and then they'll send it to you, and then you'll ship it back off, and it'll have shipping label and everything on there. But you want to go ahead and label what zones those are. So when your soil report comes back, it gives you that information. It'll tell you that was your woodlot zone, that was your tree zone, that was your vegetable garden zone. And then you want to also label on the bag what crops you are testing. So the nice part about it is that we offer 5 different crops for 1 bag of soil. So it's $10 or $15, and you get 5 different crops. So if you're looking at your tomatoes, if you're looking at azaleas, if you're looking at boxwoods, if you're looking at a dogwood tree or a maple tree, it's one crop. I mean, it's 5 crops for 1 bag. So, which is a good thing. So, and how you can obtain that is, like I said, you can go to any of your local extension offices and you can get one of those bags. The Cobb County is still closed, technically. So you would have to call and make an appointment if you were in Cobb County, but we are able to come up to the office and get that information from you and pay for the soil sample. We're usually there Monday through Friday from 10 to 2. Right now are our hours. So we have a stagnant kind of work schedule. And so someone should be able to assist you if you make an appointment to be able to drop off your soil sample if that's what you would like in DeKalb County. And then, like I said, you can also go online And if you go online, like I said, it's $15, but they will mail it to you. You have to wait for that lag time or whatever that is of you receiving your bag and then shipping off your bag, but that's available to you also. And it was real quick and easy. And those are my references. So, but anybody have any questions? Yes.
What can we do when we need to have forensic soil testing done? I've had a couple of situations where we've had signs of killed trees.
Repeat the question for the audience online.
Could I repeat it?
Yeah.
That was cute. So what kind of soil test is that again?
Well, it would be a forensic soil test.
A forensic soil test.
Suspecting, a herbicide damage or herbicide kill.
Okay. So for forensic soil test, for herbicide kill, I'm not sure I can't remember if that's in our soil sample book. We do have different types of things that we do test for in our water and our soil. So we would have to look and see if that's in there. But I believe Dr. Lessl will probably be able to answer that better.
Yeah, so I'm from the lab. We do some minimal herbicide testing and pesticide testing at our lab, but our capabilities really aren't, able to reach like all the levels that you're probably looking for. So we normally recommend that you seek out a private laboratory for that. The Department of Ag, if you're working on production field, like pesticide drift or herbicide drift and things like that, they can help you with that. But our lab has some capabilities, but generally, especially if you're looking at like legal issues where a neighbor sprayed herbicide and it might have drifted over, that's not really what our lab's set up. I guess to answer your question, we have limited capabilities. Reach out to our lab and we can help you a little bit, but most likely we're just going to refer you to a private lab that specializes in that kind of thing.
Do you give references of specialized?
Yeah. If you call us or email, we'd be happy to refer you to. We'll give you 3 or 4 references that you guys.
And then we have Daniel Jackson on behalf of Dr. J. Lessl, who I finally got his name spelled right. But so we've been talking about light, water, and now we're getting into the soil. So This is great. Thanks for coming and covering for Dr. Lessl.
Yeah. And
we're happy to have you. And your presentation's up. Here's your little thing.
Perfect. All right, I'll answer your question really quickly. So basically what happens is, and I guess I need to stand in front of the podium. So the question is, what do we do with the soils when they're here? It's not showing my head because I guess I'm tall.
Oh.
There we go. So after about a month, we test your soil. We hold it for about a month, just in case you call back and have any issues, we can retest it. After that, we dump it into a big barrel and it goes out to people in our lab, take it home and use it in their garden. So, we have big stockpiles all over. People need to fill in areas. So not too glamorous, but we do hold on to your soil samples for about a month, just in case you call back and say, these results don't look right. We can retest it and say, yeah, they do. So, Clark County in Athens. Yeah, in our backyard. So anyway, as Neil mentioned, my name is Daniel Jackson. I'm a lab manager at the UGA Ag and Environmental Services Labs. I'm giving this presentation on behalf of Dr. J. Lessl, who's feeling a little under the weather right now. He's the program coordinator of the Soil, Plant, Water, and Lab. So, I'm kind of the last minute substitute. So hopefully I can fill his shoes well today. So a little bit about our lab. Most of you know us for our soil, plant, water lab, which you see here on the left, but we also have our feed and environmental water lab, which is a separate building just across the street where we analyze feed, forages, environmental waters, drinking waters. We do trace metals. We do all sorts of testing within our facility. So our department of this group of 2 buildings is a department within UGA Extension, and our location is just off main campus in Athens. So when you go to your county extension agent and submit a sample, water sample, feed, forage, soil, they all come to our lab there in Athens. So this talk is going to be all about soil fertility. We're really going to get into the details of what makes good fertile soils. So we're going to cover, general soil properties and soil chemistry. So we're going to have a chemistry lesson real quick. And so how all these properties influence and make a soil fertile. We're going to talk about the essential elements needed for plant growth and how the movement and availability of those nutrients differ between different soils or different conditions. And then finally, I'm going to mention a few fertility management resources and strategies to help you improve the fertility of the soils that you're working with, and some strategies to make sure that they're producing healthy crops, whether that be, corn row crops or trees and turf. So as with any introduction course, we got to start off with an introduction or a couple definitions. So soil fertility is the ability of a soil to sustain plant growth by providing essential plant nutrients and favorable chemical, physical, and biological characteristics as a habitat for plant growth. So let's break that down a little bit. So basically, good soil fertility is the ability to be able to support healthy plant growth by providing essential nutrients. And so what is an essential nutrient? Well, essential nutrients are those things that a plant cannot live without. It can't complete its life cycle if it doesn't have that essential nutrient. Okay. Also, a lack of an essential element creates symptoms, which then disappear when you add back that element. So think about, yellowing of leaves when you have too little nitrogen. When you don't have nitrogen, you get yellowing, you add nitrogen, and all of a sudden the plant becomes healthy again. Also, that element has at least one specific biochemical role that cannot be replaced by another element. So it has an essential biochemical role within the plant that can't be substituted by some other element. And so when we're developing, a fertilizer plan for our lawns and our gardens or our crops, the ultimate goal is providing all these essential elements to produce a really healthy and high yielding crop. So, soil fertility is really, really important, but it's not the only thing that matters to crop production or healthy plants. So can you have good soil fertility and still low yields or low productivity? And of course you can, because as we just talked about for a while, if you have a lot of shade, compaction, all these different things, soil moisture, plant disease, insect damage, weather damage, or cultural practices like, planting time or harvesting time. There's so many different factors that go into producing healthy plants and high yielding crops. One of these important factors, and that's what we're going to focus on today. Is that right? All right. Well, there's other stuff there, but that's fine. So when we think about soil, imagine I have a handful of soil. Half of that volume is actually air and water. So you have a huge amount of pore space that actually isn't anything within the soil. And then within the other part, the mineral and the organic matter, the solid portions, you have this really, really complex matrix. And then within that mineral component, you have different particle sizes or different particles within there. You have your sand, you have your silt, you have your clay within your actual soil component. And so if you think about sand, beach sand, you hold it in your hand, you can see the grains. Those are really big particles. If you think about clay, dirt, you get it on your hand and you can rub it and it's really smooth. Those are really, really, really fine particles. And so each one of those is going to respond very differently. The ability to hold and supply nutrients to plants, which we're going to dive into here in a minute. So soils are this really complex, interesting media. Soils sit here at the what's known as pedosphere. And so let's break that word down. Pedo means ground, sphere means layer. So soil's at the ground layer. And this is right at this interface between the atmosphere or the air layer, the biosphere, which is the life layer, the plants, the animals, the microbes that live on and in the soil. And then you have the hydrosphere, the groundwater, the local surface waters and things like that. And the lithosphere, which is the rock layer, the bedrock that supports the soil and is the parent material for which the soil originated. And so soil's this really important kind of layer, transition layer that kind of has all these characteristics and supports plant growth. So, we think about soils and we know we have all sorts of different soils that we interact with. And a lot of this comes down to what the parent material was for these different soils. So here we have three different types of rock. We have granite, sandstone, and gneiss. That granite is an igneous rock. It came from volcanic activity. Sandstone is a sedimentary rock, which resulted from, different sandstones and things coming in and getting composited together and compacting to form that rock. And gneiss is a metamorphic rock, which is taken a bunch of different types of minerals and compacted them using different geological processes. And so each one of these different types of rock or parent material are going to result in different types of soils, especially when you add in the different climates and geological variables that form soils in different areas. And so what ultimately you got to think about, though, is it takes a really, really long time for this to form. Soils are a slow process. And the answer is are soils regenerative? If you break down soils, can you form more soils? And the answer is, it takes 500 to several thousand years to form 1 inch of topsoil. So yes, if you remove all your topsoil, you can get topsoil back, but it takes a really, really long time.
Go ahead. I'm just trying to fix this.
Okay, sure, go for it. So when we know that soils are the result of the parent material, but also the climate and geological processes that have occurred in an area, we can start to develop this different map where you start thinking about soils based on their location and where they form. And so here in Georgia, we have the coastal plains down here in the southern part of the state. Oh, that's Alabama. There we go, Georgia. And then we have the Piedmont soils. And then way up in North Georgia, you also have a little bit of limestone valley and the Blue Ridge soil types. And so these different soil types are the result of the different parent materials and also the different geological processes that have occurred in that area. So that's not a great map, but what this is supposed to show is that there's Piedmont here, and just below that in the southern part of Georgia, below this fall line right here that runs through Macon, is the differentiation or the interface between the Piedmont area and the coastal plain soils. And when you look at these, we have the Cecil clay over here, which is our dominant soil type in the Piedmont up here in the northern part of the state. And then you have your Tifton soil, which is your dominant soil type down here in the southern part of the state. And just looking at these, they look very different. I mean, the coloration, you can see there's a lot of clay. It's bright red from the iron and aluminum oxides in the soil, whereas over here you see a lot of sand. So when you're trying to develop fertilizer plants, you're going to treat these soils very differently. They respond very differently. They're going to hold nutrients very differently. However, they're all in Georgia, so they've experienced a lot of similar characteristics. So all the soils in Georgia or most of the soils in Georgia are classified as what we know as ultisols. So there are 12 orders of soils. Ultisols are a specific type, and they have similar characteristics. First off, they're very old. I mean, think about the Appalachian Mountains. We know the Appalachian Mountains are one of the oldest mountain ranges we have, and these are really old. They're highly weathered. So all of that parent material has broken down into its more stable components. It occupies about 8% of the world in ultisols. There's very intense leaching and low nutrient content remaining because they've experienced so much weathering. Only the really, resilient parts are remaining: quartz, kaolinite, iron, and aluminum oxides. They're generally very acidic, and this is just a process of weathering over time. Only the things that are remaining produce this acidity, and then they're very low fertility. So the soils in Georgia have very low natural fertility. I think I skipped one. Yeah. So when we start thinking about this, where Georgia soils fall on the soil formation list, we have all these different types of soils that start over here, and imagine time down here on the x-axis down here. And what happens is, you start out with all these different types of soils, and through time, they gradually break down. Well, over here's Georgia soils. They're completely broken down. They don't have anything left. They're just kind of sitting there in their most weathered state. So when we think about Georgia soils, honestly, they're not ideal. We don't have much organic matter. We have hot, humid climates, so we don't have a lot of organic matter because it breaks down during our winter. If you think about the Midwest, where they have a lot of great topsoil, really dark soils, it freezes. That soil, that organic matter doesn't break down over the winter. Here in Georgia, it stays warm, so it's constantly breaking down. We have relatively low nutrient holding capacity. We've had a high amount of leaching, and these are generally very acidic. So our soils are fairly acidic. But the good news is we can manage all this through fertility. The one thing about our soils, it has the ability to hold nutrients really, really well. So even though it doesn't have a bunch of natural fertility, we can apply fertilizers and it's going to hold on to it and supply it. And it serves as a really good basis for plant production. So just kind of showing some different soil layers compared to an idealized soil profile. And you see that there's no organic matter layer, O layer, because it just immediately breaks down in our climate. All right. So when we start thinking about plant uptake of nutrients and soil fertility, one of the important characteristics to remember is roots take almost all their essential nutrients from the soil solution. So that solution, you remember, hold the soil, 50% of it is air and water. That water layer is where it's extracting all of its nutrients. However, that soil solution does not have enough nutrients in order to meet a crop's entire nutrient requirements for a season. So it must be resupplied somehow. And the way it does that is through cation exchange sites, which we're going to talk about cation exchange capacity here in just a second. Also, soil organic matter, as it decomposes over the course of the year, it's releasing nutrients into the solution to resupply for the plants. Minerals also can be dissolved into the soil solution, so you can apply more fertilizers, or it could break down through the weathering of the soil, the rocks, and everything like that. So when we think about how plants get nutrients from the soil, we got to think about the soil colloids. So the colloids are the smallest particles within our soil. These are your clay particles, and these are your really small, like your organic matter. And so these are the chemically active fractions of the soil. These are the workhorses that ensure nutrients are available to the plant. Colloids and clays develop an electrical charge as they're formed. So through this process of breaking down, they end up with an electrical charge naturally. And the predominant electrical charge on these colloids is a negative. And so this is a really, really important physical and chemical relationship for nutrients. So if you remember back to some of your early science classes, we know opposites attract, right? So negative and positive, they come together like magnets, whereas, a negative and a negative, they're gonna push each other away. And this is a really, really important component when we start thinking about how soils behave and how they hold nutrients. And what this figure up here was supposed to show is a bunch of different cations. So a lot of the essential elements that we supply are needed for plants, calcium, magnesium, and all these different nutrients, they're all cations. So that means they have a positive charge. Our soil has a natural negative charge, and so they're going to naturally attract. And so your clay particles are going to hold on to these different things that we apply. And so what this table right here in the middle is showing, these first four right here are different types of clays. Then we have organic matter, our compost, and then sand down here. And what this is showing is it's a comparison between the relative surface area of sand particles to clays and organic matter, and the ability to hold charges or hold on to these cations within the soil. So your sand isn't really doing much. It's not holding nutrients for your soil. It's all about the clay and the organic matter. So you can see the holding capacity for these. And when you look down here, so 1 centimole per kilogram of soil is about 60, and that number is septillion charges. So 1 centimole per kilogram, that's a ton of charges. That's a huge battery capacity to be able to hold these nutrients and supply them to the plant throughout the growing season. So let's put this in a little bit more perspective. So this is relative surface area for 1 teaspoon of soil. So if we have a teaspoon of sand, it occupies a relative surface area of just a few meters. Kaolinite is a type of clay. 1 tablespoon or 1 teaspoon occupies a much, much larger surface area. And then vermiculite and smectite are another type of clay. They occupy an enormous amount of surface area. And all of this means more binding sites, more ability to supply nutrients to your plant. And so how does this come up? Well, here's kaolinite. So one of our clay particles. And this is a electron micrograph of a clay particle. And so you see all of these different folds, right? So that's a huge amount of surface area. On all of those different folds are binding sites where it can hold on to nutrients. So when you apply calcium, phosphorus, magnesium, all of these different things, again, we've got negative charges here. It's going to be able to store all of that and serve as a battery. Okay, don't have anything on that slide. All right, so what this is showing, or was supposed to show, is cation exchange process. And actually, I think I probably explained that, so we'll just skip to here, which is basically, we've got these negative binding sites on our clay particles. We've got all these cations that are positively charged. So you've got clay particles that are binding to your nutrients and holding them there. Well, this is a really important process for plant production, and plants really take advantage of this. And so, up here, we've got clay particles bind to the negatively charged mineral charges. So you've got your binding, you see a negative and a positive right here for your calcium and your magnesium binding to the negative clay particles. Plants take advantage of this when they need, we've got our potassium right here. When the plant needs a potassium, it secretes a proton that goes over, kicks off the potassium, and comes back over here. So this is called cation exchange. So the plant gives up a cation in exchange for a different cation as it needs it throughout the season. Another way that this happens is the release of CO2. It's pulling CO2 from the air, pushes it out through the roots, puts it into a solution, which then ultimately produces 2 protons over here, which then can knock off some more cations, which then it can absorb. So your roots are actually excreting these different exudates, which actually result in a release of different nutrients that it can then take up. So this is a really, really powerful tool that plants are able to use. So when we talk about cation exchange capacity, we're basically talking about the ability for a soil to hold on to these different nutrients. And so when you increase cation exchange capacity, you increase and result in more nutrient holding capacity of your soil. And so it's quality, not quantity. So not all cations are the same. Aluminum is a cation, just as the same as phosphorus is cation. So they're not the same thing though. A plant doesn't need aluminum as nearly at the same level. So not all are the same, but you got to make sure that you have what you need in your soil. And so how do you increase cation exchange capacity? Well, it's very pH dependent. And as we've seen, organic matter. So organic matter is something that we can slowly try to build up in our soil. We can do different production practices that increase the organic matter. We can apply compost and things like that. We know that clay particles and organic matter are what have that binding capacity and have the cation exchange capacity. But let's talk about pH a little bit. So pH is extremely important when we talk about fertility of soils. So pH stands for the potential of hydrogen, or the power to the hydrogen. And it's a measure of the relationship between the hydrogen ions here and the hydroxyl ions. And so we know that pH is a scale of 0 to 14, and 7 is neutral. And what that means is our hydrogen ions go down as you go up, our hydroxyl ions go up as you go up. And so at 7, they're equal. They're at equal concentrations. And so when we give you a pH number, that is actually the scientific equation for that equals negative log 2 hydrogen ions. And it's negative because as you increase pH, you decrease hydrogen ions. And so it's a logarithmic scale. So every time you go up 1 pH unit, you're actually jumping 10 times. So you're jumping on a logarithmic scale. So pH is the measure of hydrogen ions in the soil solution. This is the active pole. And so when we measure soil pH, We're not taking the acidity of the soil itself. We're extracting from the solution of the soil because that's what's going to affect the availability of these nutrients. It does not measure the reserve acidity within that soil. So a little bit more about pH. We know, baking soda has a basic pH. Pure water is right neutral. Natural rain has some different ions and stuff in it, so it's slightly acidic. Coffee's quite acidic. Beer's pretty acidic. Vinegar is very acidic. So just like these products that we use all the time have different pHs, soils also have natural pHs. So sodic soils, which have lots of sodium in them, calcareous, a lot of calcium. These are basic soils. And then humid region, arable soils generally have a slightly acidic area. And then the forest soils that we're commonly used to here in the Southeast, these generally have a pretty acidic soil pH. And so that's something that we need to manage in order to produce healthy crops. And so again, just looking at pH, pH in 5, pH in 7. So imagine you have these two soils. When you average them together, do you get 6? And the answer is no, because it's a logarithmic scale. So we put those together and it's actually a lot closer to 5. So the point being is when you're trying to adjust your pH, keep in mind to raise just a little bit, 1 point on the pH scale is a huge difference in the chemistry within your soil. So you'll notice that when you start applying your lime. And so when you send a sample to the lab, you'll get a report that looks something like this. And let's see, I'm gonna try to drop that.
Daniel,
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, for any of you guys that are gonna be taking the Master Arborist test, a lot of this stuff is on there, especially the soil test. So this is really great information.
Great. I'm glad it's useful. So what we're doing here is we got a soil test report here, and from imagine this being a South Georgia coastal plain sandy soil. And here's one from the Piedmont soil that's more clay. The pH is the same, right? 5.2. But if you compare it to lime buffering capacity, again, sandy soils don't have near the clay and all these other nutrients with them. They have a lot lower lime buffering capacity. And so I should define lime buffering capacity, milligrams of calcium carbonate or lime to raise 1 kilogram of soil by 1 pH unit. So what this means is how much base do you have to add in order for your pH to change within your soil? And so if you have a high buffering capacity, you're going to have to apply a lot of lime. If you have a low buffering capacity, it's not going to take very much. And so you can see these different soils, same pH, but very different lime buffering capacity. And then also when you submit something to the lab, we always give you recommendations and look at the comparison. So in the coastal plains, you're only going to need to apply 25 pounds per 1,000 square feet. Down here up here in the Piedmont, you're going to have to apply 70 pounds per 1,000 square feet. So this is all a result of the lime buffering capacity, the ability to absorb those calcium carbonates within the soil in our heavy clays of the Piedmont. So why is this important? So why is pH so important? Because it affects the availability of different nutrients. At specific pHs, some nutrients are more available, some nutrients aren't available. Particularly at low pHs, some of the elements are readily available and others aren't, and it can result in toxicity. Specifically here, so here's a graph of soil pH and aluminum within the solution. And see what you see is below 5.5-ish, you have a lot of aluminum available. And what that does is aluminum is a cation, just like all the other nutrients that the plant really wants. And it competes for those binding sites, the calcium, magnesium, and all those other things. And so what happens, look over here. If you have an acidic soil, you apply lime, you get healthy roots. You don't apply lime, you get aluminum toxicity. Your plant's unable to take up the cations it really wants, and it stunts the growth of the plant. So managing pH is really, really important. And that's why we're talking about it first before we get into nutrients. So first step, manage your pH. Once you get your pH right, then let's focus on how much nutrients do we need. So how do we do this? So soil pH can be difficult to alter. So, pH does not penetrate through the soil very well. Basically, where you apply it, that's where it's going to work. So over here we have a map. So this is depth of soil and the pH. So we applied lime up here. You can see it only penetrated down a couple of inches, maybe 1 to 2 inches. Not very far, right? It's great if you're doing turf stuff, but it's not great if you're growing trees. Whereas if you have incorporated lime, you're able to move that down, by if you apply lime and then incorporate it through tilling, you're actually able to move that down on the soil profile. Obviously, you can't do that if you have established trees. So this is a really long-term process in order to get it down. So when you're managing, perennial crops, trees and things like that, you really want to know what's going on at the lower depths. You don't really care what's going on at, the top 2 inches, because if you just focus on the top 2 inches, you're not getting, that's not really what the tree's exposed to. You want to get down and see what your subsoil looks like. So lime penetrates deeper in no-till and permanent side stands. And the reason for this is because you're maintaining soil structure. So if you're constantly disturbing your soil, it doesn't have very good porosity and it doesn't have good structure. The lime's not able to penetrate very well. And then also gypsum applications can be used to alleviate aluminum toxicity. So the gypsum, the sulfate in there actually can go in and help bind some of the aluminum and prevent aluminum toxicity. All right, so lime applications, just to keep this kind of why this is so important, long-term studies at UGA Tifton determined that about 3 pounds of ag lime are needed for every pound of nitrogen fertilizer added. So just think about that. Every time you apply nitrogen, it's going through this nitrification process, particularly when you add like ammonium and things like that. The plant available form of nitrogen is nitrate. In order to go from ammonium to nitrate, you're producing these protons, which then make your soil more acidic, which then you have to counteract with lime. So, liming is something that's constantly going to happen. This is also a result of losses of calcium and magnesium, which are buffering the soil pH. So protons are produced by nitrification. Yeah. And we kind of went over this a little bit already. So basically, as you're producing the nitrification process, you're making your soil more acidic. All right. And so this photo didn't show up, but what this figure showed is that not all lime is created equal. Large granular lime isn't going to be very responsive, whereas really fine mesh lime is immediately reactive. And so what we had here was a 100 mesh size or micron mesh, really fine powder lime. What it shows is how quickly it adjusts soil pH. And so basically, if you apply a really fine grained lime, it's going to immediately react with the soil. If you have a coarse grain lime, it might take years before it actually does anything for the soil. So think about that when you're applying lime. You want to make sure that you're getting high quality, really coarse or really finely ground lime. So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I'll just do my best to explain it to the group.
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. So when you're applying lime, there's a lot of other things that you need to consider, particularly the type of lime that you apply. So burnt lime, which is, calcium oxide, and hydrated lime, which is calcium hydroxide. These are what we call fast acting limes. They're immediately available and reactive, but they're very caustic. So it can damage your equipment. It can be very damaging to the people that are applying it. Dolomitic lime also provides magnesium if it's needed, but you're also going to want to limit.
Sorry.
You're good.
I'm going to go off for a second because I lost the screen. So
Okay.
Bear with me 1 second while I finish this.
Sure.
Is that where you are?
Yep. So again, lime, you're trying to buffer pH.
but if you apply too much, you might damage your crop. And so you really, really need to limit the amount that you apply. 2 tons per acre if surface applied, 4 tons per acre if you're incorporating it within your mix. And then you want to split applications among your seasons. Again, you don't want to apply so much that you burn your crops and damage your crops. And then so for lawns and gardens where you have a really nice even area, you want to use a half rate twice in a crisscross pattern. So you can see this figure did show up. And what you see is when you make a pass, you're not getting complete coverage. So if you do half right this way and then turn around and do half right the other way, you're going to get a more even coverage with your line. Now, there we go. All right. So in rare instances, you're actually going to need to lower your pH. So everything we've been talking about with lime is trying to raise your pH because we have naturally acidic soils. Rare instances, you're going to be trying to lower your pH. And this can be for specific crops like blueberries, or down here with the lovely example of hydrangeas where low pH, you get this nice blue coloration. It's really, really pretty neat. But there's some things that you can add like sulfuric acid and citric acid through drip irrigation. Also elemental sulfur, which then gets metabolized or broken down in the soil to produce sulfuric acid, makes the soil more acidic. Aluminum and iron sulfates, use of fertilizers, particularly ammonium-based fertilizers. Remember, as that nitrification process occurs, it makes the soil more acidic. Also, just compost and mulch and sphagnum. As the compost breaks down, it creates more acidity. So these are just some tools you can use if you need to lower your pH. So we've talked about CEC, and this is the ability to hold cations within your soil. This is good and bad. Basically, it holds all cations and is not just picking out the ones that your plants really want. pH is the change in the ability of nutrients. So, you got to manage your pH. Now we're going to actually move into nutrients because this is what, you really kind of think about. And so plants require 17 essential nutrients. So a couple of these are non-minerals, carbon, oxygen, hydrogen. These come from water. These come from the atmosphere. Primary minerals, you go buy a bag of fertilizer and you've got your NPK. These are your primary nutrients. These are the ones that you need at really high levels within the plant. You've got your secondary nutrients, calcium, magnesium, et cetera. These are really, really important for the biological processes that happen within a plant, and they're needed at fairly high concentrations, but not quite the same level as your primary or macronutrients. And then you have your micronutrients like boron and zinc. These have a specific role within the plant, but they're needed at much, much lower concentrations. But all of those are very, very important for crop production. So crops differ in their need and ability to extract mineral nutrients. So not all crops are created the same. The amount of nitrogen that a corn crop needs is going to be very different than the amount, your shrubs need or something like that. So, you're going to apply based on what that specific crop needs. Soils also differ in their ability to supply mineral nutrients. Remember that clay serves as a big reservoir, a big battery that's going to be able to survive or provide a lot of nutrients. But the great thing about it is, we can test soils for their ability to supply these nutrients. So when you send a sample to our lab, we're going to tell you the pH, we're going to tell you the CEC, we're going to tell you how much you need to add. And so based on all this information, we can tell you nutrient amendments can be recommended based on the soil test results. And then we can match that to the crop. So as Joelette was saying, when you send a soil test bag to our lab, you can say, I'm growing these 5 crops. We will give you recommendations specifically for those 5 crops based on what we find in the soil. So we'll say, this is how much you need to add for your azaleas. This is how much you need to add for your tomatoes, et cetera.
Are trees one of those crops?
We do have some trees. We have, I think it's generally ornamental trees is how it's classified. But we have pine sands, I know is a crop code. So we have, I don't know how many, but it's probably 150 what we call crop codes. And when you submit a soil bag, you can actually, there's a line where you write your crop code on it. And we'll provide specific recommendations for that crop code. So trees, there are specific varieties. Most of it, I can't remember I know we have an ornamental tree area and I know we have a pine stand crop code. I don't know if there's other levels as well, but yeah, we do provide that information. So why is it important to soil test? Well, soil testing is an important diagnostic tool to evaluate nutrient imbalances. So, oh man, this was a good slide. So basically, if you send us a sample to our lab, we're going to be able to tell you this specific nutrient is low and you should apply that nutrient instead of just saying, oh, I've got some nutrient deficiency or some symptom, go and apply a bunch of fertilizer. So we can actually pinpoint and say, for instance, your potassium is low, therefore just apply potash and you're going to get a better, and you're going to meet your crop requirement. And so soil testing evaluates nutrient imbalances. The most important nutrient is the one that's limiting growth. So, it's not about, nitrogen has the most biological function. If you got plenty of nitrogen in your soil or in your fertilizer program, it's not limiting growth. Maybe it's boron. Even if it's only needed a little bit, it's going to be limiting growth. So soil testing is the basis for intelligent applications of fertilizer and lime. So we can take your soil and say, here's how much you need exactly, so that you're not wasting your time, not wasting your money, because applying a complete fertilizer is a lot more expensive than applying, a few pounds of potash or a little bit of lime. So maintaining soil pH in an optimal range results in cost savings, maximizing efficiency of fertilizers. You're not getting a bunch of excess runoff and stuff like that too. Minimize crop losses due to toxicity and deficiency. So you're applying what's needed and not anything else. So when you submit a soil sample to our lab, you go to the county extension agent, you submit it to our lab, they all come in, they look like this. This is from all over the state. This is what one of our set boxes might look like. We run a routine test for most of our soils, which is our malic 1 extraction. It's a slight hydrogen chloride and sulfuric acid solution, or hydrochloric acid and sulfuric acid solution. This is supposed to mimic those exudates from the plant root. So what it's doing is it's estimating how much nutrients are in that soil are plant available. It's not testing all the nutrients in the soil. It's just trying to figure out what's available to the plant. And so we use this solution, and this gives us P, K, calcium, mag, zinc, and manganese. We also give you, do a pH measurement using a weak calcium chloride solution, and that allows us to estimate your lime buffering capacity as well. And then we have all sorts of other tests that we can use to help diagnose specific characteristics of your soil. But what does this information tell you? Well, first off, we're going to test it and we're going to tell you what your potassium and your phosphorus is. And this is really important because this is one of the major macronutrients that are needed by your plant. We're also going to give you calcium, magnesium, zinc, and manganese. These are other really important elements. We can also look at toxic metals. If you have really high levels of aluminum or sodium, these can be reducing productivity of your crops or plants. Soil pH, as we talked about, is really important. Soil buffering capacity required for effective liming. So in order to apply the appropriate amount of lime, you need to know the buffering capacity. Cation exchange and base saturation is something that we're going to give you to know how big that soil battery is and how much nutrients it's able to supply to the crop. And then you might be asking, what about nitrogen? I don't see nitrogen up here. Why don't we apply that? Or why don't we make recommendations for nitrogen or test for nitrogen? And the answer is, well, we know nitrogen's really, really important, right? It's the first thing on the fertilizer bag. It results in higher yields. However, it's very mobile. It has little carryover from season to season here in Georgia. It's very mobile within our system. It also breaks down very, very quickly. And so as a research institution, we want to be able to provide you science-based information, accurate recommendations. If nitrogen is so variable from season to season, we can't provide you good recommendations. Also, because we have a warm, humid climate that stays warm and doesn't freeze during the winter, the nitrogen that's out there pretty much breaks down throughout the year. So what we do is we recommend the full amount of nitrogen that crop requires be applied every year, but then we'll make specific recommendations for the other nutrients. So again, soil test reports are based on research that's been done by the University of Georgia and colleagues. And it also gives you information about the amounts to apply and when to apply during the life cycle or the rotation of that crop. So here's what a soil test report might look like. We've got, the values over here, the results, the actual values, the recommendations down here, how much you need to apply. And as I started out saying, the soils in Georgia are naturally pretty low in fertility. They don't have a lot of nutrients naturally remaining. It's all been leached out. So most of the time, if you submit a soil that hasn't been maintained very well, you're going to get a low fertility and you're going to need to make nutrient applications. So soil sampling, Joelette did a really good job of talking about this, so I'm not going to focus on this too much. But basically what you want to do is make sure you're taking a really good sample that is representative of the area that you care about. You don't want to be sampling two different distinct areas. If you've got a pasture and then a forested area, you want to make sure your samples represent those different environments because they're going to respond very differently. So separate by land usage. Problems areas should be separated. So if you got one area of your lawn that's really bad coloration and a good healthy area, take one sample from the problem area and one sample from the good area so that we can compare and see what's going on. And then avoid sampling in unrepresentative areas. And what this photo showed was a pasture with a bunch of cow patties out in the middle of it. So you wouldn't want to sample from right in the middle of the cow patties because that's going to skew your results. Make sure you're sampling a representative area for that whole region. And so, how often to collect samples, crops, gardens, hay fields, these things that are, annual crops that you're rotating a lot each year. Lawns, pastures, landscapes, these are perennial crops, things that are going to last a little bit longer every couple of years. Trees, just kind of as needed. Before you plant trees, you want to know what you need to do to get that site ready. And then as you go through the life cycle so that you see any nutrient deficiencies or things like that. All right. And so our soils have a natural high degree of variability. And again, this photo is not showing up very well, but what it is a map of a field and the variability in pH. So you can see all these different colors, right? What that shows is different pHs throughout a field. There's a lot of variability within the field. How do you deal with that? Well, one thing that we're doing at the lab is we have recently started a new initiative this year where we're going to start mapping your soils. So we're offering a program. It's just coming out, but basically if you attach GPS coordinates to your soil samples, and we will run the soil samples and we'll create maps just like that to show the distributions of your characteristics across the field or across your area. So what this results in is you can use grid sampling or zone sampling. And so grid sampling, imagine you have a new field that you're dealing with or a new lawn or something like that. What you do is you use a software program that just throws a grid out there and says, walk to this point, take a soil sample. Okay, you throw that to the lab, we create a map. Then what we want to do is over time, as we kind of build our information and the amount of knowledge we have about an area, we would transition to what's known as zone sampling. So we know this half of the field is a high producing side, this half of the field is a low producing side. Maybe we want to manage these areas differently. And the reason we're doing all this is because ultimately this is kind of the foundation for like precision ag. So this process is applying the nutrients that are needed at specific locations and not extra. And so, normally if you just went out to a field, let's imagine you went out to this field and you took a composite from that entire field, you're going to get one pH recommendation, one lime recommendation. You're going to go out and you're going to apply lime. By creating variability maps, what you can do is apply the lime that's needed to specific areas based on that spatial variability within the field. And that is not what the reports look like. But basically imagine, it's still not even great here, but what we're going to do is we're going to provide you not only your soil test reports that you normally get, but also variability maps that show you the spatial distribution and color-coded areas across your field.
Will that be tied into an applicator?
It can be, yeah. So the answer is basically we're going to provide soil test reports. We're going to also provide the shape files, which are the georeference data files that you can plug into your applicator, and it'll actually drive your tractor for you. So now improving soil fertility. So what are some ways that we can actually improve soil fertility? Well, cover crops. Well, you can kind of see it here. This is a corn crop with clover right here in the middle. And so by providing this clover right there, clover is a legume, so it's going to be producing nitrogen and supplying nitrogen to that corn crop. Reduce inverse tillage. So every time you go in and you till the soil and flip it over, you're breaking down the soil structure. You're reducing the permeability, the structure of the soil. Rotate crops. If you're planting the same crop every year, you're going to be depleting specific nutrients. By rotating different crops, you're going to reduce that. You're also, if you rotate with legumes, you're going to naturally be supplying nitrogen to your field, and you don't have to pay for that. Nutrient management, again, all of it comes down to good management practices. And all of this improves the cation exchange capacity and the nutrient availability to support crop production. And so, the goals here, again, maintain good soil structure, minimize disturbance. Just like we were looking at earlier, don't drive your bobcat on your field because it's going to result in compaction. Minimize disturbance. That is an environment in your fields or in your lawns. You don't want to destroy it. You want to have large, diverse soil biota populations. So, we depend on the bacteria and the fungi and all these things in our soils to break down organic matter, to break down the ammonium into nitrate and supply it to our plants. So it's really important that we maintain good soil biota populations. Keep the soil active throughout the year. So if you have 6 months where it's sterile, you're not going to have very good biota populations because they're going to starve during those 6 months. Protect the soil surface from crusting and erosion. If you have a good cover crop, you're not going to have, you're going to have those roots there, and you're not going to have as much erosion. So increase the overall nutrient and water holding capacity of your soil. And so again, cover crops prevents erosion, increases soil organic matter, prevents leaching, improves nitrogen if you're using legumes like over here, provide habitat for pollinators. So there's all sorts of really, really great things that it does. Increase microbial activity and diversity. So, it might take a little bit more work, but it really, really helps to kind of stabilize the ground and soil and provide nutrients to your crops. So in addition to soil testing, we also do plant tissue analysis. And so you can submit samples to our lab and we'll test foliar samples and things like that. So we run what's called a mineral test, or P1 is what we call it. We also have a petiole analysis. And basically what this is used for is troubleshooting. If you have issues with micronutrients or the different ratios of these nutrients. So if you go out and you say, oh, this tree doesn't look as healthy as the ones beside it, what you would want to do is take a sample from that tree and take a sample from a healthy tree, send them to the lab, and we'll be able to help you diagnose what the issue is or what the difference is. And so if you look on our website, we have sampling guides, what to sample, when to sample, and then if there's any washing or processing procedures that need to happen. If you're applying foliar fertilizer applications for some things, some of the micronutrients, you'll need to wash it before you send it to the lab. So all this can be found on our website. So, you go out into your lawn, your garden, your trees, or your fields like this, you see an issue. In order to be able to diagnose it, you got to kind of have this mindset of, the first step is the issue I'm seeing, is it biotic or abiotic? So is it a disease? Is it a pest? Is it something like that? Or is it abiotic? Is it a cultural practice? Is it fertility issues or something like that? And that's going to help you determine which test you need to do. Do you need to send something to our lab? Do you need to send something to the nematode lab or the disease diagnostic clinic at UGA? And so you kind of get this detective mindset, and you develop this steps in problem identification. It all comes back to knowing the plant, common deficiencies and common pathogens. If you know what it's supposed to look like, and you see something that doesn't look quite right, you're able to accurately identify that something's not right and work quickly. Inspect the plant and sites looking for patterns. If it's only in one area of the field, or is it all over the field, or is it all over the lawn? Is it in all trees or just one or two trees? That's going to help you identify what the issue is. What part of the plant is infected or issued, and then species specific, random, or uniform. Is it all the trees in the yard? Is it just a specific species? Things like that. Look for symptoms and signs. Do you have wounds where an insect's been chewing on it? Are there, spots that are a result of hail damage or something like that? So think about all of this information. Examine cultural practices and weathering. We were talking about herbicide damage. Did your neighbor just spray herbicides? Is it right next to the fence with his yard or that border? That'll give you an idea of whether or not it's cultural practices. And then identify some potential causes. Did you just recently do something that might have impacted them? Also, know a little bit about some of the nutrients and where you might expect to see issues. For instance, some of these nutrients, here's a list of a lot of the nutrients that are important for crop production. Some of them are highly mobile, some of them are immobile. And so let's look at nitrogen. Nitrogen's a very mobile nutrient within the plant. And so you're going to see deficiencies on the old growth. So if you're thinking about a tree or a bush or something like that, the internal leaves or the bottom leaves, if it's a fast growing plant, you're not going to see it at the tip. So, other things you're going to see, if it's immobile, it's going to be right at that growing area. So knowing this kind of information helps you identify what the issue might be before you even send a sample to the lab. So, and then again, as I mentioned, if you check out our website, you can find publications like this. This is our plant analysis handbook for Georgia. It tells you, it's got all sorts of crops. This is just a small list, but it gives you a lot of information here. What time in the growth cycle of the plant to sample, where to sample on the plant, and then how many leaves or samples to collect. You submit them to the lab. We'll give you a report just like this that tells you what's in there, the research-based sufficiency ranges, which tell what a healthy plant looks like, and then recommendations. We'll tell you, okay, you've got too little nitrogen. This is what you need to do to address your issue. And so if you'd like any more information about the services that we offer, I encourage you to reach out to your local county extension agent. These are our, troops on the ground. They're located in all counties, so they're right near you, but you're also feel free to reach out to the lab. We have our website right here with all sorts of information about sampling, the tests we offer, the fee schedules, soil summaries, which give you some information about soil test reports. We have calculators that, if you get a report back and it gives you recommendations, this fertilizer calculator allows you to punch that information in, and it'll tell you, okay, if you go to Lowe's, this is how much 10, 10, 10 you need to buy. We've got cover crop calculators and then another fertilizer calculator. We also have tons of publications through UGA Extension, which give you a lot more information about soil fertility, organic matter, nitrogen mineralization, how all of this influences crop production. So, and with that, I guess I'll take some questions if there's time. I don't know where we are.
Yeah, so before we take questions, I'm going to try to.
I do.
Okay, great. All right. Are there any questions? Before we ask questions, can you spotlight me over here? Great. Hey, everybody. So this is going well. Daniel, I apologize. I'll never run a presentation off a USB drive again. That was my fault, but I have posted this presentation on our website. So you can go to our website and it's in full form there. And I wish I had this resource when I was studying for the Master Arborist exam. There's a lot of great info on there and you summarized it really well. And we'll also have the video eventually. Are there any questions that anybody has? Great, well.
Oh, yeah, I got one. Here, let's go here first. I think this hand up went right up first.
So if you got two types of lime that could be put out for the pH.
Yep.
So I usually get the more powdery kind, but I ended up getting the larger size. They call it like golf course, whatever.
Okay.
And I was wondering, like, does over time, will that break down? Like, even though you don't get the quick amendment, do you get it over time? So would it work for something over time?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, the answer is, and I assume that people can hear me on with
Go a little closer.
with that microphone. And so it's not great, and I wish this was showing up, but this, I'm gonna try to see if I can just move this.
Yeah, if you get out of there.
I think I can go to it.
Yeah.
I don't know if people online are gonna be able to see this. Oh, why is it- Well, anyway, what this photo is showing is that, you know, the coarse line, you know, I'm blowing this up for representation, but if it's really coarse line, you know, it's going to slowly break down and release that calcium carbonate. If it's a powder, it's really small, it doesn't take long to break down, and it's immediately going to be available to neutralize your pH in your soil. Eventually that coarse lime is going to happen, it's going to break down. It just might take 2 or 3 years. It might take 4 years before you actually get any real noticeable response in your pH. And so, you know, the answer is, you know, you're ultimately going to get what you're looking for, but it might take a really, really long time. And so, you know, thinking about that small line, it's going to be a lot quicker. But again, you know, there's a potential for overshooting if you apply too much. But again, that's why we provide specific recommendations for how much to apply. And that's based on the, you know, standard ag line.
And then like, you have your tree, and then you do sort of like a bicycle spoke kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then you put like holes, you know, pound full spots, and then put that in there. Would that help, or can that be done, or is that something that would not be recommended?
You know, this is a little bit outside of my expertise. The concept seems good because what you're doing is you're incorporating the lime into the soil, right? So, I mean, you guys are the arborists. I don't know about, you know, root damage or anything like that. But any way that you can get the lime into the soil profile without damaging roots, that's going to be beneficial because, you know, we're not dealing with turf grass that, again, as we heard this morning, has 2-3 inches of soil, and that's all that they're dealing with. You know, trees are really deep rooted generally. I mean, so you want to make sure that you're managing your pH really deep and you're getting it down there. So whatever you can do without hurting the tree theoretically is a good idea, but I'm not a tree expert, so I don't know about damaging the trees or anything like that. So
We have time for one more question.
Okay. Yeah, I did miss this earlier. So I know soil sample's $5. What's the leaf analysis cost? Do you?
yeah, so I think it's $20 or $25 for a sample, but again, it's telling you exactly what the issue is. So yeah, I mean, I still think it's fairly, you know, reasonable diagnostic tool. So.
Well, great. Thank you so much. I do have one more. There is one last question that I did not ask for Patrick. And Patrick, Robert Grant wanted to know, have you seen any sedge lawns, Pennsylvania sedge or similar? This is for Patrick back here behind me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm trying to hear.
Okay. What was the question?
Have you seen any sedge lawn?
I can't believe you asked that question. Yes, I have seen sedge lawns. Management is a totally different ballgame. And down here, where's this question from?
This is from Robert Grant.
Okay, and he's in Atlanta.
I don't know, Robert. I don't know where you are from.
Okay, so I know in Atlanta, sedge lawns, the problem is a lot of times they'll turn off in the wintertime. And so they kind of come and go, and they're a little more touchy about the weather. But yeah, a sedge lawn is another. I've got a neighbor who we actually do a lawn care program on, and it's a high fungicide program, and it's targeted on fescue to keep the brown patch out. And she doesn't treat this big area around a tree stump that she's never taken out, and there's a massive amount of sedge growing in this area, and everybody thinks it's a different type of grass. And in that situation, we don't treat it, and it just merrily goes along and looks good most of the year. So yeah, sedges are another possibility, though it's kind of on the margin of what people are going to like and accept. But that's another possibility.
All right. So I guess our next speaker is Paul Pugiliese, Bartow County. I say all my Georgia names wrong. Did I say that wrong, Paul?
That's not a Georgia name. Yeah.
And how about is it Bartow or
Bartow County.
Bartow County, where we'll be having our tree climbing championships in November. So we're real excited. And Paul just hooked us up with a bunch of food trucks. So thanks for coming today, Paul, and it's all yours.
My pleasure. Thank you so much, Neil. I appreciate the invitation. And as he said, I'm county extension agent and extension coordinator for Bartow County. I've been up there for I've been an agent now for about 17 years, and I worked for the Georgia Department of Agriculture a few years prior to that. And so some of the things that I'll talk about today are things that overlap with my previous career with the Department of Agriculture, dealing with pesticide issues and complaints and that sort of thing. But today I want to focus on a very common problem that I see in the industry. So whether you're an arborist or a landscaper or a turf grass manager, all these issues with herbicides intersect and affect each other in the industry. And so this is something that I've been trying to bring more awareness to this issue. Some of y'all may have seen this presentation, even around the state, a lot of different landscape updates and arborist programs as well. But anyway, if you need to contact me for any reason, my email address is on screen here. I also have a blog site now that you can follow if you want. It's called Growing and Mowing in Bartow County. And you can go to that and subscribe to my blog site. I don't post very often, but I archive a lot of information. For example, this presentation is archived on that website, along with articles that I've written on this particular topic as well. So you can get a lot of good information there. If you ever come across a complaint or a problem like this, a lot of the information that I have posted on the blog would be a nice little printout that you can give to a client that explains that information in more detail as well. So we'll dive into it this morning. I can change my slide here. All right, so an overview of what we're going to discuss today. Basically, we're going to look at, what is this auxin herbicide class that's commonly used in the landscape industry? Briefly, what is the mode of action and how it works in the plants? We're going to look at the fate of these types of herbicides. How do they move and break down in the soil? We're going to look at some examples of common herbicide labels that we actually see in the industry. And you can see, how the language can be misconstrued or confusing in some cases, and how we can apply that in the real world. I also have a case study example of a client that I had to deal with many years ago. And I took some really good pictures that we can all learn from and talk about today. And then we're going to kind of wrap up the discussion today with, kind of who's to blame. And it's a complicated discussion in some ways. So we'll talk about that. And then we'll also kind of talk about how you can protect your business. I generally gear this more towards, landscapers, because they're the ones that often take the blame in these situations. And so, how do they protect themselves and make sure that they avoid these types of liabilities as a business? And then the concept of integrated weed management, again, is more applicable to those turf grass managers. But there are ways that we can avoid this problem with good weed management practices. So that's kind of the conclusion of my talk today. So looking at this auxin chemical class, very simply, the mode of action is described as a plant growth regulator. So essentially, it acts as an auxin hormone in the plant. And so if you're familiar with auxin hormones in plants, they essentially cause uncontrolled cell division and growth. And basically, we use this same sort of auxin hormone, if you will, in plant propagation. If you've ever taken cuttings, stem cuttings, you'll dip it in a rooting hormone. And essentially, those rooting hormones are synthetic auxins that cause the cells to divide quicker for faster root development. You'll see if you dip those cuttings sometimes too heavily in that rooting hormone, you'll get callus tissue that forms on the end of that stem. If it's too much cell division, it'll actually arrest the growth and it will no longer produce any roots in some cases. So if you do plant propagation, you can overdo it very easily. And we're talking very small amounts of this rooting hormone that has that action or that mode of action. So again, the same concept works with these herbicides that are used with the auxin chemical class. So what do these herbicides do? They selectively kill broadleaf weeds, so you can use this in turf grass without having any effect on the lawn, right? Because it is selective, but it kills those broadleaf weeds like dandelions, okay? The problem is it doesn't discriminate between broadleaf weeds. A tree or a shrub technically is also a broadleaf plant. And if they absorb enough of these chemicals over time, some of these chemicals can be cumulative in that plant. Eventually, it can cause problems. You can see symptoms of injury that'll show up in trees and shrubs. And again, it's all about the dose, right? Small doses may have subtle symptoms. higher doses, especially cumulative doses over time, are going to have more dramatic symptoms in larger trees. Again, we use these herbicides in lawns, even in pastures. So I don't know if any of y'all work in tree work as far as cleaning up farms and pastures and that sort of thing occasionally, but every now and then we see herbicide injury on farms where, farmers have sprayed these same herbicides for pasture weed management, when it carries over in trees in those situations as well. This is a very popular herbicide group because it has low toxicity to animals. And so it's been around, these chemistries have been around since the 1940s. In fact, 2,4-D was the very first herbicide ever invented, and it's still on the market today and still a very popular herbicide because of that low toxicity. In fact, it's so safe that, it is labeled for pasture use. So you could literally spray a pasture with cattle that are grazing that pasture without any concerns. There are no grazing restrictions with these types of herbicides. So again, that's one of the reasons why it's so popular in the landscape industry, because we want to use chemicals that are low toxicity in a landscape situation. So, we can break down this group of chemicals into three main acid groups. You have the phenoxy acids, which are your common herbicides like 2,4-D, MCPA. You'll see that in just about every herbicide combination out there for lawn applications and pasture applications. So the benzoic acids are kind of a little bit stronger, a step up, if you will, as far as how quickly they work and how much control you'll get. And dicamba is the best example of your benzoic acid group. And then the third group is carboxylic acids. And some of y'all may have come across combination products with maybe triclopirin or clopyralid, picloram occasionally, and some of the others that are in that same group. And again, this is sort of incrementally a little bit stronger compared to the 2,4-D group as well. So again, the more, these herbicides move down the list there, the more likely they could cause injury to trees and shrubs in that situation. Okay. And then realize too that a lot of the products on the market today are combined formulations. And so one of the most popular herbicides you'll see in the landscape industry is a combination of 2,4-D, dicamba, and triclopyr. We call that a three-way mix. In fact, that's the brand name of one of the more popular herbicides that's out there, is three-way. So again, more often than not, when you're buying these herbicides, it's going to have more than one of these in the product that could potentially cause some damage. So some of the brand names that you'll come across in this group of herbicides, again, the pasture and hayfield column is on the left. So Grazon is probably one of the more popular herbicides on the market today that's used in pasture applications. As far as turf applications, Millennium Ultra, three-way, Trimec, those are some of the more popular herbicides on the landscape industry side. And then there's a few examples of these auxin herbicides that happen to be used in vegetables. But as you can imagine, there's a lot of restrictions on how you use these and the proper timing of these types of herbicides in fruits and vegetables, because there is a high risk of damage if they're used improperly. So, where do these herbicides go? Everything breaks down eventually, right? All chemicals eventually break down. Some take longer than others, right? And so when we look at, what causes these particular herbicides to break down, they break down more quickly in warm, moist soil. And that's because there's more microbial activity in the soil that's going to sort of accelerate that breakdown. Photodegradation, sunlight, also is another really important way or mechanism for breaking down those herbicides. And on average, these chemistries will break down within a few months. 3 to 6 months is kind of the average. Realize that at certain times of the year, when it's cooler and drier outside, especially in the wintertime, these herbicides can actually persist longer because they take longer to break down. There's less microbial activity, less photodegradation during different times of the year. And so the longer they persist in the soil, there's a greater chance of leaching that in the soil or moving it off-site to an area that you didn't intend. Surface application of these herbicides generally don't penetrate the soil, especially our clay soils, more than an inch, okay? But realize that they can move deeper into the soil if there are certain conditions that are met. For example, very dry soils that tend to crack, have crevices that allow that herbicide to seep deeper in the soil, can move it down into the root zone more so, especially if there's rain or irrigation that occurs right after that herbicide application. Also, irrigation can wash off or run off on the surface into mulched areas, again in areas where you may not have actually sprayed it or intended for that herbicide to go. So looking at this, the fate of this herbicide or these phenoxy or auxin type herbicide, again, there's lots of different formulations out there. A lot of these have one of two forms. We call it the amine salt form or the ester salt form. Okay, the amine salt form is the most common one used in the landscape industry. And the reason why is because it's less volatile. And that means we can spray it in a lawn right next to some trees and shrubs that are nearby, and we don't have to worry about that volatilization or carryover from drift, okay? Whereas the ester formulations that you see used more so in pastures and farm applications, those are highly volatile and much more likely to drift off-site, okay? But if you have a large enough area, that's not as much of a concern, right? So when we use these amine salt forms in a landscape situation, again, they're less volatile, but the other side of the coin is they're now more soluble, okay? Which means they're going to move in the soil, they're going to move in the water more quickly, okay? So the label has very strong warning language on there that's really important for you to take note of. One of those things is spraying anywhere near the desirable plants that you don't want to control or kill. Spraying in the root zone of trees and shrubs that happen to be in that area. So, you got to be thinking, well, where is the root zone of those trees? Y'all, as arborists, should know a mature tree, those roots can go a long ways, right? They're more than likely out in that lawn situation. And then we have to look at, on the label, there's always sort of a, don't exceed the recommended rate. And that's standard language, especially within the drip lines of those trees and shrubs, okay? So we'll look at this in a little more detail later. So let's look at 2,4-D very, very specifically. Again, this is the most popular herbicide, the most common one that you'll find in these herbicide combinations. If a plant was exposed to 2,4-D, even if it's a weed, you'll see these dramatic symptoms that'll develop. Essentially, we get what's called twisting of the leaf petiole. The very fancy term for that is epinasty, okay? That's a curling of that leaf upside down. And the best way I can explain that to you is if you know what a pig's tail looks like. If you look at the leaf petiole on a tree or a plant, it looks like somebody twisted it just like a rag, like a pig's tail, okay? There's no insect or disease on earth that would cause that symptom. That is very distinct. That is a hormone reaction in that plant, okay? The other symptom that we see a lot of times with 2,4-D is where the leaves will actually cup downward on the plant, okay? And note that downward cupping is not wilting, because those leaves are still turgid. They're still fully hydrated. And if you touch them, they still feel like they're hydrated, okay? It is a malformation of that leaf, downward cupping. Some other symptoms that you'll see from 2,4-D injury would be strap-like leaves on the newest growth. So these hormones, the way they act is they go or translocate to the newest growth first. That's where you're going to see the symptoms on the ends of those branches where the new growth and those young leaves are coming out. And so those youngest leaves are going to be deformed, and they're going to be very, very small and very spindly looking. Okay. Again, in some cases, some of this injury might look like insects in some cases, especially, the deformed leaves and the cupping and whatnot. But that twisting of the petiole is very, very distinct. There's nothing else that mimics that. There are some viruses that can look similar to with some of these symptoms that we're talking about. But again, you can usually rule that out and look at the pattern. We're going to talk a lot about patterns to help you narrow that down. So here's some examples of those herbicide injuries that we would see from 2,4-D. The upper left-hand corner is a bean. So you can see the leaves in the center of that plant are, basically they're cupping downward. You get some puckering of those leaves where the cells are dividing very rapidly. It's thickening the leaf up, okay? And so again, that's a hormone reaction from that herbicide injury. And the lower right-hand corner is an example of 2,4-D injury to a tomato. And so if you're familiar with what a tomato leaf looks like, this is not normal. And again, you can look at some of the leaves up here where you get that petiole starting to twist like a pig's tail, okay, like we were talking about. In the newest growth, those leaves are getting more strap-like and spindly. You get some thickening of the leaves here again. So those are all, classic symptoms of 2,4-D injury in a tomato plant. And tomatoes, by the way, are extremely sensitive to these herbicides. And so we see a lot of carryover issues in backyard vegetable gardens sometimes. And they're one of the first plants that I'll go to see, if it's been sprayed nearby, they're going to show it up as far as symptoms. And again, I like to talk about tomatoes because I think homeowners make more mistakes with tomatoes than anything else. So we get a lot of calls about vegetables at the extension office. But whenever a branch like this comes across my desk at the extension office, and by the way, I see this probably 2 or 3 times a week in the summer every year, okay? And the first question I always ask is, did you use any herbicides in your garden? And the irony is most people nowadays like to say, oh, no. I'm proud to say I'm an organic gardener. I don't spray anything in my vegetable garden. So then it raises a red flag. How did that herbicide get there? How was that plant exposed to that herbicide? Well, there are other ways that you can have carryover, right? And the most common one, especially in these organic vegetable gardens, is, I went to the local horse stable and I got some manure down the road. put it on the back of my truck, tilled it in my garden, and planted my garden. That's all I've used because I'm an organic gardener. I'm not using any pesticides. I'm not using any fertilizer, right? Well, what's in the manure? What's in the manure? Grass or hay has been fed to those horses or those cattle. And these herbicides are active in that hay when they eat it. So they could even be buying it from a third-party farm. They may not have even sprayed that herbicide on their farm. They bought it from another person that makes the hay across town who sprays those pastures with herbicides like 2,4-D and dicamba, right? And they're going to want to buy, for these horses, we want the high dollar hay, right? We don't want any weeds in it. We want perfect, clean hay. So we're going to spend some extra money to make sure we're buying clean hay, okay? So more than likely, if they're feeding that hay to their horses, it has herbicide residues in it. And those herbicide residues will carry over in the manure of that animal for months after feeding that to the animal, okay? So this happens a lot. And so you can see how easy it is for these herbicides to carry over in a situation like that. So it's good to be aware of that because it's one of those things that once you connect the dots, it kind of makes sense. So let's look at some trees as far as herbicide injury. This is what it might look like as far as herbicide injury from an auxin type or phenoxy herbicide. We use those terms interchangeably. So again, looking at the newest growth on the branches, this is a willow oak. If you're familiar with willow oaks, they tend to have indeterminate growth on the tips of those branches. So they're always putting out new leaves. And so those new leaves are kind of small and spindly when they start out. But you can see here, something's not quite right. They're starting to sort of curl, downward cupping inside that leaf. And then also on the same branch, if you look over here on the left side of your screen, we have new growth that's spindly on the tips of those branches. And then right next to it, we have enlarged leaves, which are abnormally larger than what you would expect for a willow oak, okay? So we got some weird hormonal reactions in this tree, which are kind of a clue that something's going on. That's not probably an insect or disease in this case. So that's just one example, and we'll look at some more of those later. Dicamba, again, is another one of the sort of the next strongest group of herbicides that we were looking at earlier. The symptoms are very similar with these herbicides. You still get the curling and the twisting of the leaves. In some cases with dicamba, we get what's called parallel leaf veination. So if you look over in the picture here, this is actually a picture of a grape leaf. And so, normally a grape leaf would have veins that are sort of netted out and branched out like a tree, right? But in this case, the veins have all kind of lined up in sort of a fan shape. And so that parallel leaf veination is a distinct symptom that's unique for dicamba specifically. So one more symptom to look for. And also with dicamba, you tend to see more upward cupping of the leaves instead of downward cupping of the leaves like we saw with 2,4-D. Subtle differences, right? Get similar symptoms, but kind of in reverse. Another thing that we see with dicamba a lot of times is what's called proliferation of those new buds or shoots on the ends of the branches. So we get sort of a witch's broom effect in that case. And of course, as y'all know, there's a lot of insects and diseases that can cause witch's broom as well. We can see swelling of the shoots and again, abnormal elongation of those leaves, especially along the margin. So again, subtle symptoms that are sometimes distinct for the different herbicide groups. So this is a good example of dicamba injury on, anybody know what this tree is? Redbud, very good. Cercis canadensis. Right? And it's distinctly upward cupping in this case, right? So we know it's not the 2,4-D, it's probably the dicamba in this case. I love to tell this story because I have a lot of redbud trees growing in my backyard. I live on a family farm and my dad has a pasture a cattle field right next to us. And so he sprays his pasture every spring with a little 2,4-D dicamba mixture, right? And dicamba is usually in one of those ester forms that's much more volatile and carries over in drifts. And no matter how good of a job he doesn't spray on a windy day, keeps his nozzles down low to the ground, uses big droplets. He does everything he can to minimize that volatility, right? He does a really good job. I trained him well, okay? But every year I get to tease him because my redbud trees that are growing right along that field edge always show this type of damage, okay? Now, does it concern me? No, it doesn't concern me at all because in this case, a little bit of drift on these plants, yeah, it's going to curl them up. They're going to look bad for a few weeks, but they're going to continue to put out new growth, right? And so this is not anything that's going to kill the trees, but it's an injury that could be concerning to people, right? Okay, and so that is something to be aware of. Here's another case where triclopyr was used, again, sort of that third tier herbicide, a little bit stronger, where injury occurred to poplar trees. And so this was a farmer that came to my office one time. He said, we got a bunch of poplar trees on one side of our field that are all appear to be dying. And he said, they're dropping leaves, they're curling up. It looks like they're wilting is basically the way he described it to me. He said, but I know they're not wilting. He's like, we're not in a drought. We've had plenty of rain this year. So that was a red flag, right? And so as we got to talking, I said, well, what have you sprayed, in your pasture recently? And so we got to talking and found out he'd sprayed the triclopyr herbicide. And so again, he tries to do a good job. He leaves enough of a buffer that he didn't get anywhere near these trees. But come to find out, when we looked at the spray records, the day that he sprayed, the very next day, there was a very heavy rainfall. And so a lot of that herbicide washed down into this grove of poplar trees. And so they're all curling up, that downward cupping. Again, these leaves are twisted and distorted. They're turgid. They're not wilting, but they are malformed. Okay. Again, very dramatic injury. And poplars are one of those that happen to be very sensitive to these phenoxy herbicides. So, if you're dealing with a situation like this, one of the questions we get is, well, how do we diagnose the problem, right? Because again, there's a lot of variables involved with this. And this is where you as an arborist, this skill set can be very important to you, right? So one option is to do a soil test. If you suspect, herbicides were involved in the incident, you can do a soil test through our lab. The soil lab at UGA was talking to you just a little while ago, and they have the ability to test for just about anything that's out there. So in this case, if you were going to test the soil for herbicides, you're looking at about $150 to submit a sample for testing. And this is not a routine soil analysis that we would do. Normally we can turn around a soil test at the lab within a few days. This is going to take a few weeks to get the results back on. Okay. Also realize that you kind of have to narrow down what you want to test for, even with herbicides, right? There's lots of herbicide groups. Today, we're only talking about one herbicide group, the phenoxy herbicide group. There are 20 or 30 other herbicide groups out there. And you wouldn't want to test for all of them because you're talking about $150 for every group of herbicides that you want to test for. So you need to narrow it down based on the symptoms. What are you seeing? Are you seeing the downward cupping of the leaves, the twisting? Those symptoms would indicate, oh yeah, it's probably in this phenoxy herbicide group. That's what we need to test for first, okay? So you got to narrow it down before you pull the trigger on that. The other way to test, of course, would be to actually pull leaves off of that tree and do a plant tissue analysis. Again, our lab at the University of Georgia can do this. It costs the same, but here again, you still got to narrow it down to that group of herbicides that you want to test for, because it would be cost prohibitive to test for everything that's out there. So again, that field diagnostic is so very important. You need to take good notes, ask lots and lots of questions. Look at the timing of the injury and when did it occur? Was it within a few days or within a week or so of the herbicide application that occurred to that lawn or that pasture in that situation? Also look for other clues, right? You may see a delayed effect with newly planted trees and shrubs. And so, if it's a landscape that has a lot of young plants in it, those roots are not going to be as far out, right? And so you may not see injury on those plants. But if you've got a big tree that's showing symptoms, a mature tree in that same landscape, those roots are going out a lot further. So you can see a difference there depending on the age of those trees and how long they've been established, right? But you still want to continue to look at other plants that are nearby for symptoms. And the biggest sort of smoking gun is, are there 2 or more species involved, right? Because most insects and diseases that affect trees and shrubs are going to be very plant specific or very host specific, as you probably know. But with herbicides, it's going to affect multiple species in that situation. So if I see a crepe myrtle and an oak tree, they're in the same landscape with the same symptoms, that's probably herbicide injury, right? That's the only thing that would be in common between those 2 plants, unless it was an environmental issue like drought that's affecting both of those species, right? And again, look at the location of those plants. How close are they in proximity to that lawn and that sort of thing? Where would you expect the root zone to be on those plants? So let's look at one of these labels just to kind of, put this in perspective. So again, this is an example of one of the combination herbicides that's commonly used in the landscape industry. If you look here, this one in particular contains 2,4-D, mecoprop or MCPP, and dicamba. Okay, that's a 3-way combination. And again, this is one of the more common formulations that's used in almost every lawn care application. Very, very standard herbicide. So on the label, when you look under the label, like the very second page, the first couple of paragraphs, it starts talking about for turf use, the maximum number of applications per treatment site is 2 times per year. And if you didn't catch it in the first sentence, it says it again, do not make more than 2 applications per year. So that must be something important since they said it twice in the same paragraph. And that also includes broadcast applications in combination with spot treatments. Okay. And then you go down a little bit further under precautions there, and it says avoid mist to vegetables, flowers, ornamentals, shrubs, trees, and other desirable plants. So if you don't want to kill it, don't get too close to it, basically, is what they're saying. Okay. And then it says, you know, again, sort of emphasizes that point, don't spray the roots of ornamental trees and shrubs, and do not exceed this specified dosage for any area, and be particularly careful within the drip line of trees and shrubs. It doesn't tell you what that drip line is. It just says, be careful. Okay. And again, that dosage again goes back to the first paragraph of no more than how many times? 2 times per year. Okay. That's something to be aware of. And then when you get down into the ornamental turf application on the next few pages of the label, you know, if you're going to do an application to turf grass, it says one more time, no more than 2 applications per year. So how many of y'all think these landscapers or turf grass are only doing 2 herbicide applications a year? You're all shaking your heads. Okay. So you almost know some of the same landscapers I know. All right. Not to pick on landscapers, but this is the world, this is the reality that we're dealing with, right? And then the maximum seasonal rate here is 3 pounds or 8 pints of 2,4-D. That's the active ingredient part of that herbicide per acre, excluding the spot treatment. So again, we have a very specific maximum rate that we have to stay within, because the manufacturer of this herbicide knows that if you spray it more often or at a higher rate, there's a much greater chance of non-target injury to trees and shrubs. Okay, that's why it's on the label. So what is that area of concern? So looking at the drip line of a tree, obviously that's the area that's the greatest concern or the highest risk. Obviously older, well-established trees, as y'all know, have a very extensive root zone that can go 2 to 3 times the width of that canopy. So the picture in the bottom of the screen actually is a good example of what the root zone of a tree would actually look like, a mature tree we're talking about. You know, about 50% of those roots are definitely within the canopy of that tree, but there's just as many roots outside of that canopy, okay? And where do people usually put their mulch line? Right under the drip line. Okay, so hopefully they're not spraying under the canopy of that tree in most situations. You know, research has proven that there's a lot of absorption roots that go way beyond the drip line of that tree. And so that's potentially exposing those tree roots. The other thing to think about is, well, okay, we got grass out here near these trees. When we mow that grass, where are we blowing our grass clippings? Are we blowing them away from the tree or blowing them back into that tree? Because there's herbicide residues that could be carrying over on those grass clippings, right? Hopefully, if they're doing a good job keeping it a clean looking landscape, they're not going to blow the grass clippings, which looks kind of ugly underneath the tree, right? But a homeowner may not know that, may not even think about that if they're mowing their own grass, right? Where are we putting that herbicide? Where is it moving? Okay. We already talked about the compost and hay issue. Are you putting manure in your garden? Are you using grass clippings from your lawn and putting that into your garden? Okay. Those are all ways that these herbicides could easily carry over. And again, there are certain trees that are much more sensitive to these herbicides than others. I've looked at a lot of different publications out there, and these are some of the ones that kind of come to the top of the list over and over. So things like birch trees, river birches are pretty common in landscapes. You don't see many honey locusts used in landscape situations, but tends to be more common in more northern states. Flowering crabapple could be one. Poplar trees, occasionally you'll see those in landscapes. Oaks in general, right? And then lilac is sort of an outlier there that's kind of different. So these are all species that we potentially have in our landscape. But again, it's not limited to just these. These are just the ones that are probably going to show symptoms first because they're more sensitive. Other trees can have damage as well. So looking at a case study example of a situation that I had to deal with several years back, a lawn care company was getting blamed for, damaging some trees. And so this was basically the spray schedule that lawn care company produced for me to look at. And so I'm not going to disclose any names. Okay. I want to keep this anonymous, but looking at their schedule here, and this is just sort of a snapshot in time, right? Between July and April. Okay. In that same sort of seasonal window. And this is what they did. Okay. So they came out to the landscape, they put out a fertilizer in July. In August, they did their 3-way herbicide that we just talked about, 2,4-D, dicamba, MCPP. Did a spot spray. Okay. Spot spray is not too bad because they're just hitting a few weeds that they see showing up in the landscape. Then they came in September, they did their pre-emergent application, which is really good because we want to avoid more weed problems in the later and not have to spray those 3-way herbicides as often. So if they do a good job with that, hopefully that'll head that off. Then by the end of September, they're spraying it again. But this time they're doing a broadcast application, okay, 40 ounces per acre. So they did their first broadcast application the end of September. At that point, I would think, hopefully the pre-emergent is starting to kick in. Those weeds are starting to slow down. Hopefully we won't see any more problems. But for whatever reason, barely a month later, they come back out and do another broadcast application at the same rate. Now, if you recall on the label, how many times can we spray this per year? 2. Okay, so they've already hit their threshold within a 2 months time span, okay, or 1 month time span. And then they come in to do a little potash for fall fertilization, another 3-way application in February. So that begs the question of why are they still spraying? Okay, did the pre-emergent not work for some reason? That's maybe a failure on their part. And then in April, they also did another broadcast application. So they did 4 broadcast applications within a very short time span, within a few months of each other. Okay. And so, the landscaper's like, yeah, we get a lot of calls and complaints from this homeowners association. And, every time a weed pops up, we have to come out here and spray. And so we got to, keep them happy. That's part of, they don't want weeds in their lawns according to the HOA rules and that sort of thing. I said, fine. Okay. Well, let's add this up. Okay. So if we look at the 40 ounce rate that they did on each of those broadcast applications, that's the equivalent of 2.5 pints per acre when we convert that. 2.5 pints times 4 applications that we know about is basically 10 pints of that herbicide applied in a 7-month time span. And oh, by the way, they did a couple of spot treatments too. Okay. So if we were to do the math on that, 10 pints is the equivalent of 1.25 gallons. Multiply that by the active ingredient in that product, 2.38 pounds per gallon, comes out to 3 pounds per acre. Okay. And so if we go back to that label again, it says no more than 2 applications per year. And the maximum seasonal rate is 3 pounds. So they're within the rate, right? Even though they sprayed it more often, they still stayed under the 3 pounds per acre rate, okay, for that season. Well, they didn't give me the rest of the year, right? What happened the other 6 months? That was the question that I had that nobody would give me an answer to, okay? So more than likely, they exceeded the labeled rate, is my assumption here. Okay. And the site proves it. Okay. In this case, we walked up on the site. This is a housing development that's only about 5 years old. So these trees are approaching the point where they should be well established. Most trees take a few years to get established. So these were big trees when they planted them, right? When they built this subdivision 5 years ago. So you see in the foreground here, a willow oak tree. There's basically a willow oak tree in every single front yard. Okay. And the first thing you'll notice is, by the way, this is May. So these trees should be pretty much leafed out by May, right? When the canopy of this tree is not looking too good, very thin, right? Then we got another tree next door that it looks okay, a nice full canopy. And then we got one here that looks like it hasn't even started to leaf out. So we got some interesting symptoms going on here, right? Okay. So let's take a closer look. So as we started looking at the individual trees, this is some of the symptoms that we started seeing. Notice the newest growth, we're getting some of that curling, witch's broom, if you will, pigtailing of those leaves. Okay. And then we got some trees that are, hardly pushing out any growth at all, sort of arrested growth in that situation. So that's a warning sign. Look closer. I showed you this picture earlier where we have, sort of 2 extremes as far as growth patterns and large leaves, malformed leaves, and stunted leaves all on the same branch. And as we continue to walk around the landscape in each one of these front yards, we start seeing a recurring theme here, right? Every single willow oak tree has some sort of injury, some more dramatic than others, which tells me maybe some of them have roots that are further out in the lawn than others, maybe some established quicker. Then there's something else here. We have a crepe myrtle in the foreground. May, okay? It should be leafed out by now. Granted, they did a terrible job pruning that, okay? Not my preferred way to prune a crepe myrtle, but it should be leafing out. In fact, if we take a closer look at this, what's coming out at the bottom here? We got some suckers coming out of the bottom of that crepe myrtle. So it is still alive, although it looks dead. So there should be leaves on the ends of those branches. So now we have 2 species involved in this situation. They're showing similar patterns, okay? Again, no insect or disease is going to go to a willow oak and to a crepe myrtle in the same situation, to my knowledge, okay? So some of the crepe myrtles were trying to push out growth. But if we look closer at these buds, we get some bud proliferation, some distortion in those leaves, some curling on some of those leaf tips. So again, it's really looking like a phenoxy herbicide type injury on these crepe myrtles. Okay, so these crepe myrtles were looking kind of funky. The more we walked around, the more we saw this. And what's funny is the homeowners didn't even notice the crepe myrtles. They were more worried about the willow oak trees. Okay, until I started pointing this out. Okay, and then we started looking around some more, and there's shrubs nearby in the same landscape. You know, not even 10 feet away from some of these trees that are also showing symptoms, right? So these are needlepoint hollies, little shrubs, little meatballs they had sheared up in their landscape, right? Those, the leaves are cupping downward and twisting on the petioles. So this is just classic herbicide injury, right? When you start seeing this on the shrubs. What's really interesting about this one is notice that the top of this holly looks okay, but you can literally draw a line right across the center of that holly where you see damage from there down. A very uniform pattern there. So does that tell us, is it drift or is it runoff that caused that? What do you think? Drift, yeah. So they got too close to the edge of the lawn, which is like 3 inches away from this plant, and they got a little drift spray right onto the edge of that plant. Landscaper will say, oh yeah, that happens all the time. You know, and we don't worry about it too much. We'll just come in, we'll shear it off and clean them up and they'll look fine. They'll grow out of it. I said, yeah, that's just a little drift, not a big deal. He didn't want to make the correlation between, you know, that application and what's happening to the trees, right? So he's trying to cover his tracks. And then we have some other shrubs. These are the big leaf privets. Here again, we've got the downward cupping of the leaves, so very distinct as far as a phenoxy herbicide type injury. Very dramatic showing up on these other shrubs. So another species involved. So we're seeing lots of different species showing this. Here's an anise, Florida anise, that's showing some symptoms. And so you get this really interesting, you know, spaghetti, I call it spaghetti strapping of those branches. They start hanging down and getting all gnarly looking on the new growth. And again, it's the new growth. It's always the most dramatic, because that's where that herbicide moves to first. It's an auxin hormone. Look at where this plant was. It's right on the edge of a driveway and brick pavers here. And again, you can draw a line across that. Why are they spraying the pavers with an herbicide? Maybe there's a few weeds coming up in the pavers, but they still got a little too close. Also, you can look in the background, crepe myrtle, willow oak, still not looking so good, right? So, you know, we wanted to get an answer, right? So we took a leaf sample from the willow oaks and sent it to the lab for testing. So this is the results of a phenoxy herbicide. So again, that's the group of herbicides that we're looking at that we did the test on. So you can see in that screen, these are the common herbicides that they'll look for in that phenoxy herbicide group. And ND means non-detectable. That means nothing showed up in any of those particular herbicides except for one, 2,4-D. Okay. What should be one of the most benign herbicides, right? The least of our concerns, generally speaking, is the one that showed up in these willow oaks. And at 0.52 parts per million is what we found in that sample. The detectability limit is 0.05 parts per million. So the lab can actually go down pretty low on these. And again, that was the only one that showed up. If you do a literature search, a lot of publications that are out there will show that the lowest residue of 2,4-D that can actually produce symptoms in trees is 0.02 parts per million. So we're well above that threshold as far as being able to actually see symptoms based on this sample. So the plant recovery is the next question is, what's going to happen to these trees? You know, are they going to live? Are they going to die? Are they going to look bad for the next few years? And the answer is, it depends. Okay. It depends on the overall health of that tree. You know, was it healthy to begin with? You know, can it tolerate a little bit of damage and leaf back out again the next season? How vigorous is that plant? You know, is it going to be able to grow out of that? Realize that as these plants, you know, if they're not leafing out fully in the canopy, you know this from a plant physiology standpoint, that it's not going to have enough leaves to feed itself through photosynthesis, right? So if this happens year after year after year, eventually that tree is going to starve to death, right? There's nothing you can do to fix that. Okay, so this is something that can be progressive over time, right? Now, plants can recover if it's just a low dose. If it's a one-time little spray drift, not a big deal, right? They may be able to grow out of that, okay? If it's a lethal dose, again, it's going to persist in that plant, and you're going to see symptoms year after year after year, sometimes 2 or 3 seasons after the initial herbicide injury. And also realize that the timing of that herbicide exposure can be more dramatic in some situations, because early in the growing season, Where's everything in that tree moving? From the roots up to the leaves, right? It's coming out of dormancy. So it's potentially absorbing those herbicides and translocating them to the tips of those branches more intensely that time of the year. And so you're going to see much more dramatic herbicides because of that upward movement of those herbicides earlier in the year than you would later in the year. So looking at the recovery again, what can you do to help? After it's in the plant, there's not a whole lot you can do, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, you could potentially irrigate, leach some of those herbicides out, avoid drought stress. Because the last thing you want is a tree that's trying to recover from herbicide injury is to have other stresses involved, right? So let's try to take the edge off during the summer, if we can. Generally speaking, the literature suggests don't fertilize that tree for at least one season or 1 year after that injury occurs. The last thing you want to do is try to push out some growth, and that tree's already stressed and it can't feed itself, basically. And then also, delaying pruning, because, you may start cutting back some branches that look bad, and then you're going to have to do it again the next year. Let's wait a year and really assess, how much injury really occurred, permanent damage that we need to prune out at that point. One of the questions that we get a lot of times is, well, can we absorb it from the soil? Yeah, okay. There is, what you call activated charcoal that you can apply to tie up chemical residues that are in the soil, right? But that only helps if you spilled it right now on the same day. We can absorb that from the soil if there was a spill. But once it's in the tree, the charcoal is not going to do you any good, right? So too little, too late. And then, of course, the worst case scenario is those trees don't recover after a year, and then you're going to have to decide which ones you're going to take out. And of course, I would highly recommend before you put another tree back in the same hole, let's do a soil test and make sure that we don't have any continued herbicide residues carrying over in that situation. So again, it's, most clients are not going to like this recommendation, but it is what it is. Are you willing to wait a year, kind of see what it's going to look like a year? May or may not get any better. We can't predict that. There's no way to predict that. So the question is, who do we blame in this situation? So I feel like, there's a lot of fingers that get pointed in these types of situations. If you ever get called in to deal with a situation like this, the landscape, designer could potentially be blamed in this situation. Let's look at this, right? So we have willow oaks in these front yards that are barely, 30 feet wide by 20 feet long, maybe, okay? Very, very small front yards. Do you think a willow oak is an appropriate choice for these yards to begin with? That's a big tree, right? It's going to be growing into the windows and doors of these houses in about 20 years, okay? So probably not the best tree choice, okay? So the landscape designer, not the best choice. And also look at the mulch ring around these trees, right? Well, they put a mulch ring 5 years ago when they planted these trees, that was under the drip line of that tree, right? But very quickly, as you know, these roots are going to go way out into that lawn, okay? And so they're going to be exposed to those herbicide residues when we treat for weeds in that lawn situation, okay? In my opinion, if I were to plant a willow tree in a yard that small, I would have no grass. That would be the best case scenario. So we don't have to spray any broadleaf herbicides in that lawn, okay? So that's poor landscape design, if you think about it, right? So we could blame the landscape designer in this situation. Perhaps we could also, blame the herbicide manufacturer, right? Is the label too vague? What is the drip line of a tree? There's a lot of possibilities there, right? Depending on the age of that tree, it's really hard to define that, right? But, they do a good job of saying it over and over and over on the label, don't do this, right? So, how much liability do they take on in that situation? Because ultimately, at the end of the day, the turfgrass manager chose to use this herbicide. Is that the best choice for that situation? Okay, that'd be a great herbicide to use in a football field where there's no trees around. But these little lots that have a willow oak, taking up the whole lot, maybe not the best choice of herbicides, right? Okay. Tree ordinances. So we did a little more digging. We found out that in this county, the local tree ordinance actually required, when they built these houses, that a shade tree had to be placed in every front yard. So now we're mandated as a landscape designer, we have to put a shade tree in every front yard. And when they went down the list of trees that were allowed to be used according to the ordinance, this was one of the smallest shade trees that they had to choose from. That's not very intelligent rulemaking there, in my opinion. Okay, so again, tree ordinances could be to blame in this situation. Then we have the homeowners association, who is calling the landscaper to come out every month because they had weed complaints in their front yards. Their expectations are a little too high in that situation. And so, as a landscaper, you got to appease your HOA, right? Okay. And then the turf grass manager also could be to blame in this situation because he's the one that chose to use the herbicide. He's the one that sprayed it multiple times during that season, probably exceeded the labeled rate at some point. So again, there's a lot of people we could blame in this situation. And so I think it's important to talk about that, when you're dealing with clients in these situations, because we could all learn a lesson from this. We could do a better job of landscape design. We could do a better job writing our tree ordinances. We could do a much better job of maybe teaching and explaining how to use these herbicide labels appropriately, right? So again, there's a lot of things we could do better in this situation to avoid these problems. So again, just to kind of wrap up our discussion here, some tips for avoiding damage. Don't apply, any broadleaf herbicides on a hot, windy day because, drift is our biggest enemy, right? That's the easiest thing we can avoid. Don't spray within the mulch island of trees and shrubs. Of course, I would take that one step further, as an arborist, I think we should be recommending that, that mulch island needs to expand as the tree ages, right? And we need to make sure that we're truly protecting the root zone of that tree so that herbicides are not going to be used in that situation. And of course, we don't want to spray before a heavy rainfall is expected that might wash or move that into the soil through runoff. Don't exceed the labeled rate. When you're using those herbicides, especially the frequency, if we can rotate to different chemical classes, there's a lot of other herbicide options out there and not be so dependent on these phenoxy herbicides that might be more, potentially a higher risk of moving into those trees. And then carefully consider, whether or not those herbicides are appropriate for that site use. Again, look at the situation. Maybe in that situation that we were looking at, pre-emergents really need to be the cornerstone of weed management there, right? So that we don't have to come back and spray over and over. Maybe just spot spraying instead of broadcast applications. It's going to take more time, but that's the only way you can manage those trees, okay, in that situation. And then avoid, broadcast spraying if you can during spring transition as those trees are coming out of dormancy because they're going to have more entry at that time of the year, regardless of what you do. So again, these are some tips that landscapers could follow. Realize that, again, this mode of action of this chemistry that we're talking about today, the auxin mimics, is the most common herbicide group that's out there. When you look at the label on an herbicide product and the example at the bottom there, it'll say group whatever number herbicide, okay? So if it's a group number 4, it's in that auxin group that can cause that damage to trees and shrubs. So that should be something that is easy to rotate to a different chemistry, just pick a different number, okay? So they've tried to make it easier. This is also important for resistance management too, right? Because if we spray the same herbicides over and over and over, it could be that the weeds that we thought we were controlling are no longer responding to this herbicide because we've overused it in that situation. And so now we're spraying over and over in a situation that, well, it's not going to respond to that herbicide. So we really need to rotate anyway to a different chemistry, okay? Then we won't have to come back out and spray as often, hopefully. It gets confusing when we start looking at brand names because, again, a lot of these products have that auxin chemistry in it, okay? So a lot of examples out there, and then it complicates it even further when you have these combination products where every single one of these on the screen has a auxin herbicide of some sort in the mix, okay? So you can't just rotate between brand names. You've got to look at that mode of action number if you're going to switch to a different chemistry. So to help our landscapers out, we have a really good publication that's put out by the University of Georgia every year. It's turfgrass pest control. You can get this online. We have copies at local county extension offices that you can pick up, but it lists all these herbicides. It helps you with deciding what's the best herbicide for that particular weed issue. It will allow you to pick different mode of actions and walk through that as far as your decision making. So this is a really good resource for our landscapers. And then again, from a landscaper perspective, we need to think about, the integrated weed management as a whole. Again, rely on timely pre-emergent applications so we don't have to go back out and spray as often, and also rotate those herbicides to avoid resistance management. Make sure we're identifying the weeds and using the right herbicide for that situation. If we keep our turf grass thick and healthy, it's going to tend to have fewer weed problems, okay? Maybe they're doing a bad job of fertilizing it. Maybe they've never done a soil test. I fuss at a lot of landscapers that go out and they hit it with nitrogen every month during the summer. They've never done a soil test. And more than likely, eventually, it's going to catch up with them because they're not putting enough phosphorus out. They're not putting enough potassium out, and that grass is going to struggle. It's going to thin out. You're going to have more weed problems. Okay. So you're shooting yourself in the foot. Just do a soil test. Okay. And make sure you're putting out the right fertilizer at the appropriate rates. Spot spraying instead of broadcast spraying in these situations that are near trees and shrubs, that would be preferred, right? Make sure you're following those labels very closely and keep good detailed records of your herbicide applications, because at the end of the day, if you ever get called into a courtroom to deal with a dispute like this, that's the only thing that's going to protect you, or it could hurt you if you've been doing the wrong thing and you haven't been following that label, right? So it could go both ways. And then, of course, train your employees. That communication between your employees and the client is very important, to talk about these situations and say, hey, there's not a good way to manage these weeds at the level of your expectations in this front yard. The only way we're going to deal with this is to get rid of the grass and put mulch around the tree. If you like your trees, if you want to keep your trees, you want to have a shade tree in your front yard, let's put mulch around it. Let's protect the root zone of that tree. That's going to be better for the health of that tree in the long run. So again, that's part of the training, the communication and messaging that we need to work on as well. If you need help with weed identification, we have a couple of really good books and resources available from the University of Georgia. One that's on our website is $14 for the basic weed ID book. There's a more extensive color atlas of turfgrass weeds. If you're in the lawn care business, I would probably spend the money for that book, because it also has the herbicide recommendations for each of those weeds listed in the Weeds of Southern Turfgrass book is available on the Georgia Turf website for free. So that kind of concludes my presentation today. I hope that you are more cognizant of this issue in the industry. I can go to just about any restaurant or shopping center in town, and if I look hard enough, especially in these lots that have big oak trees and turf grass right up underneath the canopy of that tree, I can find injury on these trees. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean those trees are going to die, but it could catch up with them eventually. It could shorten the life of those trees ultimately, right? And so these are issues that we need to think about. And especially if you look at a tree that's showing some symptoms and you look right next to it and you say, there's not a weed growing in that lawn. They're doing a really good job of weed control. That's a red flag for you. Do you have any questions before we head out?
Before we ask questions, let me switch the camera.
Okay.
Okay, great. I think we're ready. And please give Helen a moment to go between the
To run over.
To run over.
Behind you first.
Great presentation, by the way. Well done. Thank you. It's not just by accidental either. In the last 2 years, I've had 3 separate cases. Neighbors not playing well or trying to open up views, and the homeowner association won't let them take out the trees, so they just kind of carried away. Question is, have you any reference on palms that have been poisoned?
So I don't have any experience with palms and herbicide injury specifically. I'd say, generally speaking, I don't see that as a tree that's listed as highly sensitive for the most part. Maybe because it's totally in a different family that's more closely related to grass than it is to some of these broadleaf trees. But it's something that I would keep a lookout for and just see if there's problems that might be associated with that, because there's other herbicides that could potentially influence those trees as well. I didn't talk about some of the newer herbicide combinations that are out there that are used for weed control in landscape beds. You'll see like the old Roundup or glyphosate formulations that are being mixed with other herbicides now that have extended control. Imazapyr is one of the combinations that I see out there with glyphosate, that it can kill trees. I mean, it can just totally outright kill them. And if you look at the labels on those combination products, they're not really supposed to be sprayed anywhere in a mulched island or near trees. It says on the label, driveway use only, basically where you don't want anything to grow for the next year. But I see people, they pick up a product at the local garden center and think, oh, it's the same Roundup I've always bought, right? And it's one of these combination products that has something totally different in there that could definitely kill trees in parking lots and that. I see that more and more, and that could definitely affect palms in that situation.
Didn't you have a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You mentioned generally waiting a year before you make a decision to remove the tree.
Sure.
If a customer were patient and willing to tolerate the appearance, what would be a typical longer waiting period? Would you just decide that based on as the tree continues to decline or improve?
I would take that one season at a time. Basically, if I'm not seeing a lot of improvement the following year, then I would revisit that conversation with the client and say, ultimately it's their decision. Do you want to wait another year, or do you want to go ahead and take it out? And if you don't see any improvement there, I think you as an arborist can kind of help them make that decision at some point. But that's hard to do. And especially with bigger trees, it's really hard to make that decision. I think the older the tree is, the more valuable that tree is, the more I'd be willing to give it a chance for recovery. Younger trees, maybe better off go ahead and, cut your losses and replace it, because a new tree is probably going to surpass that in a few years than if you sit there and try to wait it out.
Heard you do this talk before. How many were in that neighborhood?
Do it.
How many trees were in that neighborhood?
Oh, that was a very large neighborhood, a few hundred homes. And so you could do the math on that very quickly and see how that would have been quite alarming to our landscapers. Yep.
Do we have a herbicide that we can spray around a pond to kill weeds and trees and not kill the fish?
Yes. So the question is regarding aquatic herbicide applications. There are actually a lot of good aquatic herbicides out there that won't affect trees in that situation. In fact, one of the most common ones, believe it or not, is glyphosate. There is an aquatic label for glyphosate on the market. There's several different brands out there. Rodeo is one that comes to mind. There's several others. That one has, not only can you spray it on the shores of that pond, but it has an aquatic use, meaning you could kill aquatic weeds in that pond with an application on the surface of that water. And the nice thing about glyphosate is, it doesn't have a lot of soil activity. But in fact, that's one of the few herbicides that we can spray right around trees without any root absorption issues that we have to worry about. As long as you don't make contact with the leaves of that tree or that plant, you won't have any absorption of that herbicide. So yes, there are some good options there for aquatic use as well. Yes.
Paul, recently here, there's rumors, at least, which I love, but that Monsanto has made a decision they're not going to be selling glyphosate anymore in the United States. Is that going to flow over into the other, since it's off patent? I mean, is everybody else going to jump on this bandwagon because they're freaking out about it?
I'm trying to wait here. So yeah, I too have been following the Roundup litigation issues that have been going on for several years now. And you're correct. Roundup or Monsanto, I should say, officially decided to no longer continue residential products being registered for the market. They're still going to allow commercial applications, so the commercial labels especially for row crop production, that's not going away. They're not taking the product off the market. And as you pointed out, it's been off patent for almost 20 years now. And so there's several other brands out there that carry the exact same chemical. I've heard no movement whatsoever in those other brands that are on the market as far as taking them off the shelf. Monsanto had to or been bought out by Bayer now, of course, but they had to make a tough decision that they're basically cutting their losses at this point just so that they don't have to deal with any more litigation and lawsuits. It's cheaper for them to pull the product off the market and replace it with another product. And what's funny is they're going to still call it Roundup, but it's going to be a combination product that has probably 2,4-D and some of these other combination herbicides mixed together to have a non-selective, control for residential use. And so, unfortunately, consumers probably won't know the difference, at the end of the day, although they have to read those labels very carefully because it could cause some other problems unintended in those situations. But yeah, glyphosate is not going anywhere anytime soon.
Eddie Shepard online reminded us that a lot of customers spray herbicide on their mulch.
So spraying the herbicide on their mulch, or in some cases now you can even buy mulch that's impregnated with the herbicide from local garden centers. I don't know if you knew that. A lot of times it's a pre-emergent combination that they put in that mulch. And so it gives you a little bit of residual weed control when you put your mulch around your trees and shrubs and that sort of thing. Generally, those mulch products are not too concerning, but spraying the herbicide over the top of your mulch is a very common practice in the landscape industry. And again, I would lean towards those herbicides that don't have soil activity, like glyphosate or glufosinate. There's a few options out there that are really good. We don't have to worry about that carryover. We don't have to worry about runoff issues. They're basically, those chemistries very specifically, when they hit the soil, they are chemically adsorbed to that soil and inactivated. And so there are some good choices that you can use for weed control in mulch islands, but you got to read the label. That is so important. And especially for these homeowners that are making those choices, it scares the heck out of me. I go to the garden center all the time and I'll hear, an employee making a recommendation to a client. And I'm just like, I have to bite my tongue because, they're recommending the wrong product for the wrong situation, and it's so easy to make that mistake. And I think the biggest problem is these brand names You know, Roundup has 50 different products sold under the Roundup name. They have insecticides, they have fungicides, and they all say Roundup. And so it's so easy just to grab the wrong product and use it.
Glyphosate, two different brand names of glyphosate. And one, which is not Roundup, was not as effective. And I noticed that because I did it for 2 years. When I used Roundup, it works really, really good. And I was told by a herbicide expert at the UGA that the proprietary products they put in Roundup is what causes it to increase its efficacy, which I experienced. The other products, I guess, all they do is they just put in glyphosate on. That's it. That's about it. But eventually, if Roundup goes away, Monsanto's Roundup goes away, we're going to go back to those weed problems again. Unless the other companies start putting proprietary products to increase the efficacy of the herbicide.
So the question is regarding glyphosate and the different brands that are out there. You're correct. You know, glyphosate is the main ingredient, and then there's always the inert part of that product, which is usually the majority of that product. 50% or more is the inert ingredients. And those inert ingredients are usually surfactants and other proprietary chemicals that they've added to that to allow that herbicide to work better, right? It's going to stick to the leaf surface better. It's going to penetrate the leaf cuticle better and make that herbicide more effective, right? And you're exactly right. You get what you pay for at the end of the day, right? These off brands may be a little bit cheaper, but they're probably not putting the really good surfactants into the mix for you, right? One way to overcome that is to add your own surfactant to it in those situations to kind of overcome that. But again, you know, it's the difference between brands and off brands. It's in everything that we do in our society as far as consumers. So, you know, unfortunately, I don't know if what you're saying as far as more weed resistance is going to be an issue. Yeah, you're right to some extent that, you know, if it's not as effective, then those weeds are more likely to bounce back and have resistance issues in the long run if they're not used appropriately. But that can be managed very easily. Like I said, we can add a surfactant after the fact and make that work better. So read the label. Sometimes these off brands will even call for certain weed species, definitely add another surfactant to the product, and it'll give recommendations on the label for that as well.
Great. I think that'll be the last question we'll have. There is one question I'll have you answer offline, if that's okay.
All right, welcome back from lunch, everybody. Our next talk is Lyle Collins. He's a very active arborist. He also does some landscape work, and he's a good photographer. So I'm really happy you made it here today, and looking forward towards your talk. And I wanted Lyle to do it because he sees a lot firsthand of the turf tree conflict during construction, which I think most of us are familiar with, but Lyle will talk more about it.
Sure. All right, thanks everybody. Yeah, I kind of put some of my qualifications up here. Actually, it's kind of fun to be back in the UGA campus. I graduated from Athens, but my degrees, so just so you all know what you're listening to, I have a degree in religion from University of Georgia. Wow. Right? So I was figuring out what I want to do. One of those typical, go to college, figure it out. Figured out junior, senior year, but I didn't want to stay more years. So I started taking hort classes in design and just left with a degree in religion. So yeah, so it's very useful today on this topic. But since I've got started this business with two other men, took over. So I've been doing design build for coming up on 18 years. So that's mainly our thing. But as you can see, it's like I'm a full licensed contractor. So I kind of do everything on the design all the way through our projects. So I'm used to, some people think I'm a landscape architect. I'm telling them I'm not holding that license, but because we do it in-house, it's the same process. So I have to meet all those guidelines, get the permits through, all the erosion stuff. We're out here in the field doing it. I'm trying to protect all these things for the custom gardens that we're doing. And then, you know, even follow up on other people's problems. So what clients ask for, they always say easy to maintain. They think that's grass. They say low initial cost because they figure just throw it out there. Space for children to run around. That's the big thing with families. They think just give me a lot of grass and space for their pets, right? The dog's got to run. And then they always say easy to maintain. And then I try and tell them that's not really grass, as you already heard today. Grass is so much input to keep it there. So, you know,
this is what people say they want, right? They just want grass everywhere. Oh, my slides are doing it too. So, but as you can see, this was a prep of your, you can see a little bit of it up there. But most times since I'm designing it, I'm not going in there taking somebody's drawing and saying, well, these bed lines are terrible. We're up under the tree. So like this one, there was no trees. So, I mean, it was just a prep yard. Can you see that one? So first step, and we got different things. UGA has standards. sod companies have standards and policies and suggestions. But you're going to do your soil test, know what your results are. You're going to rough grade the site. Now, this was a rough grade I saw years ago. I got called out and that's what I saw. You can't see it, but it's up halfway up his shin and he's 6'3". So that was somebody's rough grade. So here was another one. Just again, trying to rough grade out. In this case, we only had that large maple out here, the large jet maple, but everything was designed to be outside of the main part because that was the focal point of your yard. So irrigation drainage comes up. So when you start, rough grading's done. Somebody's got to put in drainage irrigation. You're going to do that after the rough grading. And that's the next place that things start damaging the trees because people start trenching like the photos earlier. They're going to just not think. You know, you got to do all your trenching. So like here, we got all kinds of drainage going in, right? Typical thing. And the irrigation work, they don't consider the tree root zones, right? Most times most landscapers, because there's no training of any kind, they just start doing it. They just get it wet. They just start putting pipes everywhere. They don't care where the heads go. They're just spraying it. And if they go through the root zone, they just run the trencher. I mean, most of them own a boring setup because they're boring out of the driveway. They don't think to just run the bore over to another corner, but they just run the trencher, the crew open lays it. And, you know, whether they do it because it's too lazy, it's profit driven, or they just don't know any better. I think most times they don't know any better because there's no entry point, same as tree removal.
Second. So Lyle, is there anything you can explain without me while I do this for a second?
Sure. So, you know, as I was starting to show, we go through the rough grade. Once that's set, then everybody can start doing their, you know, underground work. So all that's put in. And then from that point, if you got amendments, that's normally when it's recommended because we're trying to amend those top few inches. The dilemma there is every time you touch that soil, we're either compacting it, we're disturbing roots, we're doing something. So all these steps are just layers that these landscapers can just keep damaging the site, obviously. I'm going to get into a little bit further where the municipal requirements really actually mess with this a lot. So I think you're an architect, you kind of know probably what I'm saying is we're given a certain set of guidelines and rules that we have to meet. And we're trying to keep those inspectors, everybody happy and meet what they're asking us to do. And then at the same time, you know, get the client happy, get the final product. So once everything's buried, we go into the, you know, finished grade. So people will run either a soil cultivator, a Harley rake, a rock hound. I had photos of all these things just as examples because they all work differently. The soil cultivator and tiller are doing several inches down. They work great to prep a soil, but at the same time, we're destroying the soil, you know, makeup of it. Every time you do that, and there's also the clay soil, when that tiller passes, you're almost making a hard pan layer 4 inches down. You can glaze that clay, but somehow we have to prep the surface because if we're given a construction site or we're given a yard that's been poorly graded for years or some change of construction, we've got to move the water flow. We've got to meet all those requirements. I have one photo somewhere in there of it was where a neighbor was complaining to the city about runoff. So we had to change the flow of the backyard. It was an existing yard. Nothing changed. Just a new neighbor was very unhappy. They get city involved. You either go to lawsuit or you try and fix it. So we had to start grading it to move the water around the property. Of course, that means more big equipment, soil moving, and you're just doing it to try to get grass in and avoid the trees as much as possible. So once the fine grading work's done, after hand raking, making the final adjustments, you have 3 options on getting your turf started. Right? We either go with sod, seed, or sprigging. Right? Seeding's cheap, but really our options are just common Bermuda, fescue pretty much here, in the Atlanta area at least. But it takes a while. And, you know, if you're on a construction site, you got to have permanent stabilization. So it has to be 70% covered. It's got to be grown. You can't just start it, walk away and close the permit. So everybody's doing sod. It's instant. But then you have the weight of those pallets, right? They're coming in on the big truck. We've got 2,000 plus pound pallets, you know, machine that weighs, the machine I did own up till a few months ago, so finally sold it. It weighed 12,000 pounds. So of course, when it's driving around the tracks, you're at 14, 15,000 pounds. trying to get those sod pallets into a backyard somewhere. And we're trying to lay it out as carefully to protect everything because my clients are hiring us to design these gardens. So my plan is to figure out how to do it. If we have to break the pallets down, we do that. But as we've all seen, most just move the stuff. They may let the piggyback driver run the 3-wheel machine back there, just rut out the place. So the soil compaction is much higher. So once the sod's back there, you're doing any final hand raking, clean up, and then you start laying it. I mean, at that point, you're trying to be as tight as you can. You want the gaps closed up. It's not rocket science, but you can really mess it up at the same time. Once the sod's down, you technically roll it. I mean, you're just trying to get the contact from that sod layer underneath down to the subgrade that you just prepped. And some will use a ride-on roller for more weight and speeds it up. But those are just the steps of getting the installation in, because the client wants this perfect lawn day one. That's what they want. That's what the municipal requirements are telling us. They want permanent vegetation. They want it stabilized. We've got to do all this to close permits, to keep everybody happy, to keep the erosion inspections happy. Even what Pat mentioned earlier, these gravel exits, right? Even down to we have to have a gravel exit. If there's a major site, there's going to be a gravel road sitting in this property. And then what I sometimes get called after the fact when somebody's getting us involved at the end, a lot of those grading guys for the builder will just spread that gravel out. We'll show up and that gravel is moved around that yard because they don't want to haul it away. It's 6 inches thick. On a bigger site, it's 50 feet long, 20 foot wide, 6 inches thick. So all that gravel, they don't want to haul it back off. It's filled up with sediment. They've been just doing its job, but somebody had to put it there and the trucks have been on it the whole time. So I've seen it where they move the rock around. At that point, they don't care. They're just moving it wherever they can.
Okay.
All right, we're going to go. So here we go. So we'll just speed through this a little bit, but that's what clients ask for. Go ahead, Neil.
Wait, and now I think we lost your.
My feed.
Yeah, so let's see. Yep, no, you're good. You're good. Okay.
Okay. And there's some basic prep going on. Go ahead and go forward. We can just cycle here. All right, and there's what clients want. This was years ago. I mean, that's the prep you saw. That's what he wanted. They actually had a nice oyster lawn. They just weren't happy with it because it was a mix of emerald and mire, and he wanted it all the same. So, right, tear the whole thing up, spray it out, prep it, give him what he wants. And then somebody else does all the maintenance. I don't care after that point. That's not our thing. And I used to do more of this when I had a 9-man crew, but that's my least favorite thing is grass. I mean, I used to tell people, if you go to my website, there's hardly any grass in our portfolio. That's not the thing that I want people to have. All right, continue on. All right, there's all our steps. Continue. There's that rough grade somebody left us with after having a sewer line replacement. They tore the yard up, and that was their idea of the rough grade. Continue. That's how high it was on the street. Of course, going in the street. All right. Now there's another one. This was up in South Carolina. This was what the builder left. I don't know what the rules were, but that's how they tore up the yard, and the trees were supposed to stay. And I'll come back to this later as to kind of what the decision was. Continue on. There's kind of a rough grade getting messed up. This is where a neighbor was unhappy about water runoff because the natural flow of this house was built in 1980. It always went to the right, but somebody bought it and then didn't like the fact that the water came across her driveway. You get into lawsuits and all that game. We had to build this huge berm up in order to get the water out the back, right? I mean, it's not ideal. The lawn was great before that, but you're either lost, you can argue it all day in court, just costs money. And the client didn't want to do that. All right. And of course, you won't see tree safe because it's my guys. And I was running the machine half the day. It's like, so it just stops right on the drip line. We don't store anything under it, but under a normal permit, you'd have the tree protection up. And I'll get to that later where these rules get very, very ugly because it says you're supposed to have it up, but I'll show you what happens. All right. So we went through the irrigation drainage already. You can advance through this, Neil, kind of quick. We got all this, the possibility, because that's part of that work. When we run the pipes through the sod area, all the irrigation gets done. Normal trenching, a lot of work, but if you design it right, you keep away from the trees. You figure out how to do it. All right. Continue. You can keep going through this. There's some more irrigation against up on that berm we had to build. You see how high we had to pick it up to change the water flow because everything else had been in the ground. And there's your trenching and others, like we've seen people put it wherever they want to. All right, rough grades finished. All the pipes are down. When it comes time to laying it though, normally there's no time because to get that finished grade done, you've pulled your erosion fencing, right? I mean, you can't do that if all your fencing and all your netting and all that stuff's in place. So almost every municipality allows that stuff to come up for the landscapers. So the moment they get ready to lay sod, all the protection's out because the ordinances say they can pull it to do that finish work. So at this point, we can see, and now it's time and money because if it rains overnight, sediment leaves the site, we get fined. We get a site shut down because erosion left. All right, continue on. All right, I talked about all the final prep here. You've got that competition of somebody trying to prep the soil with the root systems that we're trying to protect everywhere. And if you design the yard right, the grass shouldn't be underneath these areas that are sensitive, but most crews just do what Pat's photos show. They want grass everywhere. They just prep and throw grass, whether it should be there or not. All right, so all your options, this gets involved with any crew. You either have tillers, skid steers, mini skid steers, soil cultivators, Harley rake, rock hound, hand rake it when it's done. But all these machines are destroying the soil at the same time of prepping it to get it ready. All right. Here's starts kind of showing it cleaning up, for that finished grade. All right. Another yard just showing pallets had to be moved back here. That's a soil cultivator in the lower corner, and there's a small Harley rake. But a lot of the smaller crews just prefer this. It's a lightweight machine, less compaction. Doesn't mean zero, but it's less compaction, especially on tracks versus wheels. And the Harley rake's just prepping 1 to 2 inches, whereas a soil cultivator is 4 to 5, depending on how new the tines are. But if you got very minor grading, you're just trying to smooth it a little bit quicker for that contact to the sod. All right. Pallets were being brought in with the big machine. There's a soil cultivator. That's what it's capable of doing. That's one pass. So everything was killed out for this guy. That one pass will destroy it and prep it, and you're backing up. So there's hardly any finish raking with that attachment. But as I used to tell clients, the attachment's $7,000 on a $33,000 machine. It's like we expect it to do a good job, and that's why it costs so much. But that's just getting it prepped. That's the Harley rake on the full size skid steer. Continue on. Now that's a tiller. I happened to see this years ago, and we'll come back to this guy because that's not what we want to see people doing. But I was standing across the street, and they were prepping for grass. I got to watch them. This was in city of Decatur, so it was pretty amazing to watch that. So here we go with the getting it hand raked out. Keep going. There's ready to go. That's what you always see, right? And at that moment, even if you're on a normal site, there's no silt fence up because it's pulled to get this ready. And you've got to work fast, right? If you leave it for a day or two and it rains, you're in trouble and there's fines. So keep going. There's the upper area that had the drainage. Those were all set to move stuff out of this area. Keep going. There's another yard, just again, no trees. Anytime I designed for somebody, it was keep it away from the trees. All right, when the damage, tree fencing is out of there normally by this point. Even if it was required by the permit, it's out because the landscaping is being done. You had all that. So all your options, we already talked about these. You can advance through because all your big equipment's done at this point. And your options keep going. The seeding, the sodding, and the sprigging. Continue. Seeding has almost no impact. You've already just done the damage. If you prep the yard, you're just walking around with a seeder or push spreader, and you're pretty much done with that. The sprigging, very minor, because again, it'd be walking around foot traffic, but you've prepped the soil, you've done the damage to anything around it. Continue on. The sod, that's again where more compaction would be because it's the weight of it. It's all the delivery. And you're staging them, right? If you don't have a machine on that site and the crew wants to not handle that 2 or 3 times, they're going to want the piggyback driver to drive it through the site, right? So if he's got access to get that 8-foot wide machine through, they're going to tell him drive on through, and you got to store them somewhere because you don't want them maybe where you're laying it or not done prepping. So they're going to sit them under the tree, off to the side, just everywhere you don't want it. That machine is staging pallets everywhere. Okay. All right. There's your typical install, right? The piggyback, and imagine, 12,000 pounds on 3 wheels kind of set up, and it's going to drive right through wherever the landscaper says, put the pallets over here. He's going to do it. He's a delivery guy. All right. Keep going. All right. Same thing on the install. Most crews will use a big full-size machine because it cuts their labor down. But we're back to the compaction that we'll get to in a few minutes. All right, there's the big machine. just every chance possible. That's the prep. You see in this case, they're staged around the edges just to be ready. There's another one again, have to get them around the back, but sometimes things happen. This was one of our sites in the rain the night before, and that's a film crew that had agreed. We had told them they could film a AT&T commercial at our site, and the sod's coming anyway. So you're kind of stuck, right? All the sod's sitting there. You have a film crew that wants to film. We were kind of had no choice but to try to do the best we can. And we know what happens with the wet soil and that machine. It just, we did in the front and we made the crew carry everything to the back. But they wanted the machines in the commercial. So, but you can see we had the delivery guy stopping on the street. So, but just that little bit of stuff just destroyed the front. All right, there's just sod install going in. Typical, right? It's moving around, lay down, do all your trimming. Rolling stage, it's down. And then you got to water, lots of water, right? And from that point on, it continues. You're just going to start feathering it back, but you're going to be watering forever to keep a happy lawn. All right. So all that future care, kind of like Pat said, it's going to be chemicals. For somebody to keep that magic lawn they want, it's nonstop inputs. So everything you did. So there was that backyard after a year or two, right? Everything's pulled out from trees. That's the only tree they were worried about. It made the neighbor happy. No lawsuits. So continue on. For a construction permit, this is kind of the game here. We have the limits of disturbance fencing that gets put up to show where the crew can work. Sill fence goes in to meet all those requirements and the tree protection, which we're familiar with. And if there is going to be impact, you have the tree prescription they have to follow. And we see that during, let's say, the construction part of the house. All right. This is a site I was designing down in Atlanta last 2 years ago. So I came to check on the site as they were getting the construction. You can see their erosion fencing and you can see the tree save, right? That's where it had to be. And it had already been inspected and sitting in place because there was a 38-inch oak in the neighbor's yard. So we're looking at the boundary root area. And at the very back, if you look way back there, that's a 52-inch water oak in the alley. So everything's trying to save. You see tree fence way up there, but that was already done and that's on their thing. Next slide. That's tree save that we had to do for, this isn't sod, but this is how, if you do it right, you work outside of that tree save. So we had to stage everything we could for this hardscape project without going into the tree area. So anything's doable. You just have to plan for it. And we had to do this, driveway get replaced, and all of our material was waiting back there at the end of this. And you can tell it's a tight squeeze, but you can protect the trees if you want to. All right. And then to close that permit, you have to stabilize the site. So permanent vegetation is what they asked for. You remove all those erosion measures. Silt fence is out. If you had other types, they're gone. All the fencing's out. All right. And the landscapers show up and they get to pull most of that at that point. So if you're familiar, anybody here familiar with the blue cards, all the level 1A, right? So we have to know this stuff and, pass it all when we're showing the inspector what we've done and we're stabilizing now. So you got the 4 methods to stabilize. Next slide, we'll go through them briefly. You got back up one more. You get mulching only, that's allowed. So most permits will show DS1, DS2, DS2, 3, DS4. And so whoever submitted the plan has been accepted shows these 4 options. But you got the mulching, we've got temporary seeding. Go to the next one, DS3 and 4 are the permanent. And see, we have got options for trees, shrubs, and then we've got sodding. So, but almost every permit will give us those 4 that were accepted. Next one here, Decatur's final stabilization, as you see, says all soil disturbing activities have been completed, unpaved areas not covered, 100% of the surface is covered in permanent vegetation with a density of 70%. And then the permanent vegetation consists of trees, shrubs, vines, crop of vegetation appropriate. And final stabilization applies to each phase. So, all these ordinances get written to say we want that soil covered up. So the landscapers, they're going to cover it up. Okay. Next slide. The permanent vegetative cover, what the homeowners and contractor does? The cheapest they can do. And normally up front, the cheapest is sod. So they're going to throw turf everywhere. So here's a typical site plan. This was the one from City of Atlanta. Hard to see on this one, but for those who don't deal with this stuff, all the stuff's got all the information we need, right? We've got construction exits, we've got silt fence details, there's some clean outs here. Got some, we got all our tree issue tops in here. And off on the right, I'm going to zoom in the next slide, but there's our basic stuff here. So that, the street on this one is up to the top of this image. And you can see our two trees. One's to the left of this picture, one's at the very bottom. You can see the depicted critical root zone, and the structural root plate is shown. All right, the next slide shows how I kind of highlighted them here. That's the tree save. So I've kind of marked it off to make this easier. They extended the house straight back. You can see there was an existing wood shed, and it makes it very clear in the permitting that no machinery was allowed to be there because that's a root save for the boundary tree. And then the back is that big oak, and there's tree save all around it, all marked off, all approved. And it kind of hard to see, but that's what I saw when I went during construction. And then I went back a few weeks later and noticed what's gone. All the measures are gone. So they're still building on the house, and yet every bit of stuff's gone because it was in the way of the fence crew, and they had to get the fence up. So I'm waiting my turn to show up, but all the measures are gone, and they're just doing their thing. Continue on. And of course, when I designed it, though, I designed it off of that to not have turf everywhere. So you can see nothing's under that right area. And at the very back, you can't see it in this photo, but I terminated the grass. I wanted it to grow where the sun was going to be. I've used that Sunseeker app for years and show clients, this is why I'm going to stop the grass, right? We can't go this way with it. It doesn't look good for it to struggle. But you can see my design almost matched up with their tree save on the permit. So we were safe because we weren't going to go into those areas. But any other landscaper could have done anything they wanted to because it's out, right? Nobody seemed to care. The next picture, even with the design I did, when the environmental inspector came at the close of the permit, he thought I didn't have enough sod down. And that's the back. See the big 52-inch oak in the back in the alley? I mulched that whole area. And we stood there and he said, I want more sod. And I said, well, I'm a certified arborist. I'm not putting more sod under this. It's actually not supposed to have anything. It's on the permit that way. But we had an argument standing there about he wasn't going to sign off if I didn't put more sod down. And I won because he was an arborist, and I'm telling him this is what's going to happen. Call the arborist. We'll have a meeting here, and I'm sure he'll agree with me. We're not going to put grass under this 52-inch tree that's on the permit to be saved. So it's interesting, right? Most landscapers would just give in. Their job is to get the permit closed, and they'd be out. All right. The compaction part of the talk. Pull a lot of this from Dr. Coder's material, but we'll go through some. In developed landscapes, the compaction robs the soil of viable rooting space, all pore space, water, everything in it is robbed. The roots of everything have to utilize that space. And the volume is directly related to the health of the tree. And the health soil contains the surfaces and spaces for all of the access. All right, continue on. The extent of soil compaction rapidly increases with the first few impacts. Under the right conditions and then levels off, soil can be compacted 90 to 95% in as little as 3 to 4 trips over a single point. So in other words, it's not years of traffic, it's those first few trips that will destroy it. So we have no choice. If we're putting sod down, either we do everything by hand in a wheelbarrow, but if you've got a grade, you're using some type of equipment. This is a chart that Coder had in one of his documents. As you can see, the weight of the machine and the compaction depth, right? As I said, my machine was 12,000 pounds plus the pallet. So you're at 6 tons, we're compacting at 6 inches that fast. If that's, on a track system, a little bit modified, but same idea. As compaction increases by 25 to 33%, the soil health is seriously impacted and the tree health mirrors that site health. So obviously all the compaction during that work will be shown. In the stressed trees, damaged soils interferes, all the health management, you're done with it. Right? We can't mitigate that unless you're air spading or doing something after the fact. All that initial compaction by the landscapers, it's permanent, right? We're dealing with it now. The soil compaction impacts it because you got the dysfunctions between the tree damage and the decline and the failures in dealing with the environmental changes. The water issue will get on top of that. If we've created a hard pan layer, even just below that sod, glaze it over, we won't even have the same water porosity of the soil. So whereas we think, a lot of people want to say sod's great, handles water, it doesn't. You said, Bermuda will grow in a parking lot. You just keep it wet, it'll grow. So we could have a yard that's fully compacted. They threw the sod on it. It'll be sitting there growing, but will shed, probably 75, 80% of the water off. And it won't match up with the normal charts for all your water runoff systems because right underneath the layer is a hard pan. All right, so principle 1 in coders documents, past soil compaction should be considered a permanent management constraint. So studies demonstrate that after 1/2 century, compaction still afflicts the soils under the natural forest conditions. Recovery times for significant compaction is at least 2 human generations, if no further site impacts occur, because soils don't come back from compaction and they must be actively renovated. There are ways that if you don't have grass, obviously you can fix soils. There's studies, some being done at Washington State, that show you can just pile wood chip mulch. You can do other things that will get earthworms and stuff back into that soil, and that'll start revitalizing it. You can't do that with somebody's yard. I mean, they're not going to let you cover their yard up and prep it back. And you're not going to be able to do it, especially in the same way under a tree, unless you're doing it very labor extensively, air spading or something to fix that area. And people don't like that either, because what they wanted was turf everywhere, right? They think this is what they want to have. Grass right up to that tree. Instead, it should be something more like this, right? Huge areas that don't affect the tree. Get them that little bit of grass. And our design idea was to get them to the door, right? The view is just that door and only put the grass where it thrives. This fescue in case. That's it. Protect the tree as much as possible. All underplanting, all 1 gallons when it went in, monitor disturbance, and everybody's happy, right? But everybody else wants grass like the previous picture, right? Right up to the edge of that tree, or give it a mulch ring of 2 feet. Because this is expensive. We installed all that front yard. That front yard, that's an expensive install. There's a lot of material out there. And they'd rather just have grass everywhere. So next picture, there's the backyard of South Carolina, because that's what was left by the builder. And the next picture shows what we ended up doing with it over the years. There's no grass. I mean, it's a terrible picture, but it was the only one I had at that angle. It's all plant material. We'd had a dry stream bed to control the runoff down the hill. And it's all just planted and almost no maintenance. The sad part is this client moved out 2 years ago, and they heard that the new homeowners cleared it all and grassed the whole place. So yeah, I mean, that kind of shows how you can have all this money, and that was 8 years, I guess, at that point. And they wanted grass down to the lake. So they wiped it clean back to that rough grade photo and grassed it all. All right, trees are ignored. What happens in that situation? All right, there's that photo I saw. So there's the guys destroying it, right? Next picture, see the roots sticking up? I mean, they did a great job tilling. I mean, look at that. I mean, he just left it. So there we are 2 years later. So I worked on this tree on several of these clients up and down. So I got to watch this tree for a few years, and I would just photograph. So here we are 2 years later, and look, it's already, now watch this oak here in this neighbor's front yard. It's maybe 2 inches at this point, maybe 2.5. But their tree's declining. Here we are a year later, it's worse. 2016, there is almost not a leaf on it. And I thought I had a photo, I had to go to Google Maps. It's gone. And I ended up, this client called me, this homeowner called me about doing some work about that time. And I remember just asking him, I was like, didn't you have a tree in the front yard? He said, I did. I just had to take it out. It just kind of died, I never told him that I had documented it for about 5 years. No.
As a remodel.
Yep. And that's the dilemma on some of these, and this kind of crosses the line of my contractor thing, is people try and not pull permits. So a lot of work happens, as we know, without permit. That means nobody's telling them where your staging area is, where to put the dumpster, and they'll just pull everything everywhere because nobody's checking on them unless they get caught. And half the work is that way because half the people aren't licensed, they can't pull the permits, and they just do stuff. And that means all those layers that we're trying to do up front to say, here's your staging area, here's your dumpster parking spot, here's your construction exit. All those layers get tossed. And then, of course, we get called in later, what happened to the tree, or why did I lose a tree? Of course, this was Chick-fil-A as a landscaper was getting ready to finish. I saw years ago, and I thought, I don't even know what they're doing. But hopefully they were taking it out, because obviously it wasn't going to be there after that point. All right, next. So this one in Lilburn a few years ago. And that's a tree save wrap. That actually says tree save on that ribbon on that oak. And I called City of Lilburn and talked to somebody and I said, I just have a question. I mean, I drove by and I saw this. It says tree save. And their response was, well, that's their decision. If it makes it, they'll count it. If not, they don't care. But I thought, but why would they wrap tree save on it and park everything underneath it? So she said, well, that's just our ordinance in Lilburn. They don't have any say. But I thought, well, just so you know, they're not actually trying to save the tree. I mean, I don't know if that was part of the permit, but there's no chance they're trying to save that. So in summary, the major issues, that many people just want grass everywhere. It's that golf course mentality that put it edge to edge. They think it's easy to maintain. People aren't doing it themselves. They're just paying somebody to just mow it. And they just run the mower back and forth every week, pay somebody for the chemical care. And they assume that's it. It's just love for lawn, which needs to go away. But as my other photo showed, I gave somebody bought a house with his whole backyard planted, and they wiped it out for grass. And it's such a slope, they can't do anything on the slope. But it was a $1.6 million house. I don't think he's cutting his grass, so he doesn't care how who's mowing the slope to the lake. He just wanted grass to the lake. But it's a love affair with lawn, and that creating that lawn is lots of equipment. Just any way you look at it, it's equipment and it's disturbance. And that even on that fully permitted site with all the tree save, all the measures to come in ahead of time, all the sign offs, all the landscape work happens after the tree save's gone. Because the final point here is in Sandy Springs exact code says fencing may be removed at the end of the project for the installation of landscaping. That is word for word out of their ordinance. So, hard to fault the landscapers because it's out. I mean, the GC may have pulled it before they show up, but it's tough to say. We expect landscapers that don't have much training to know what to do, especially when all the measures are totally allowed to be yanked right before they show up. So I wasn't trying to be mean to any specific municipality. These are just the ones I've seen recently and could grab for my presentation, but they're all about the same. They're all using a standard, document, modifying slightly for each ordinance, but it has to be out of the way. I mean, if a crew is going to go in and do any of the final cleanup, it has to be out. But you have so many layers of getting through the documents approval. So all that's done first. And then the site's prepped and installed. We had, it was probably 15 years ago, we were trying to I was a fourth company to get to do a wall rebuild. I got it through City of Atlanta, right on the curb. There's a 55-inch red oak sitting at the front of the house. We buckled the whole sidewalk, but nobody could take it out, right? Had to stay. So we managed to figure out a way to rebuild the walls that were failing and not hurt the tree. And I turned everything to City of Atlanta, right? Everything was good. And it got redlined and kicked back to me because the engineering inspector, put down silt fence and he drew it right around, literally along the edge of the sidewalk and up the side of the driveway around a 52-inch oak. And I called him. I said, wait, I can't put silt fence. Why would you do this? I put hay bales and everything else I can do because it's we are working next to the tree. The tree has heaved everything. But yeah, it actually got kicked out. It takes time to go back and say, I can't do what you're asking me to do. It's physically impossible and it will kill the tree, and the arborist will kill me too for the city. But it's that interrelation of all these layers go on. And the landscapers just get to show up and have free reign of the property. So
Great. Well, we're going to take a minute for some questions here. Thanks, Lyle. That was really informative. It's so great to see that documented. Are there any questions? Okay, go ahead.
This is going back to your last comment or your comment early on, and that is with the fences, silt fence, having it pulled before, and the quote unquote engineer who drew this. I have that issue probably on a weekly basis. I'm with the City of Columbus, and I'll do the plan review for projects down there and inspections, site inspections, and everything else with the ordinance. Do you have a suggestion for an alternate installation of a silt fence besides a 6-inch deep trench around? I'd like to get a couple of engineers in a room.
Sure.
With an implement of some sort to maybe try to.
Go ahead.
I can tell you what I do need. It takes, I don't mind kind of going to battle for things. So I think that's what I will kind of fight for certain changes of what somebody's asked me to do. hay bales will work. I mean, that's how I ended up getting the City of Atlanta one. I just said, I can't do this. Can I just go back to the hay bales? And then he said, I'm sorry, I just didn't notice the tree. So he just admitted that was him being working too fast and passing it through on the workload, I guess. So we did exactly what I submitted the first time, which was just hay bales on the sidewalk, and we had to work behind it. The other situation I normally do is, and it just takes arguing my case, is for most landscapers, it's different than long-term construction. But for a landscape project that we are pulling a permit, say one retaining wall, we'd be there maybe 2 or 3 weeks and we're out. You know, it's really temporary. We're not here for months like a house build needing 6-inch deep trenching. We're just trying to get through a few weeks, and the site may only be bare for a few days, totally bare. Is wattles, right? The 10-foot silt tubes that you use on inlets. So I own a bunch of those because to me it's cheaper to have those and take them to a site, stretch them all around the place. They're there for the few days we're there. They do their job, and they do no damage because they just lay on the surface. And we know they're approved because they are allowed for inlets on the side of roads, right? They are a silt measure. So I just started always asking, could I just use those, right? I mean, there's no labor. The guys drag them off the trailer and just pile them all over the place, even double row them. And every time I've done it, the inspectors all say, sure, that's fine. Because it is an erosion measure. It's just not the way they look at it. And it's short term. So, you know, if it's a 2 or 3 week project and it's not stripped bare dirt over half an acre or 1 acre, they're fine with it. But it takes me sort of always have the same email. I fire it back to them and say, can I do this? And every time they've always approved it. So, I mean, I install silt fence so rarely because we're not there for a long time. I just talk my way out of it. And what's strange is that makes me more money because it's less labor. So, yeah.
The layer though is, you know, the inspector layer is one layer. It's the engineer layer that needs to have an attitude adjustment.
I think the BMPs are being rewritten for that.
Lyle, to go back on your installation for like turf or anything like that, do you guys implement any type of like terra mats or anything like that? As far as that labor too much or something like that? Because we use it in the tree industry to reduce compaction. Have you considered that with your installs?
Good question. We do. I mean, I used to have, same thing. We used to have a huge stack of plywood that if we were doing a backyard project and not tearing up the front, we'd stack that road every day, lay it out, put it back. And that way everything to the backyard was protected. So yes, we would do it that way, but it's tough when somebody's doing the whole yard, you're prepping the yard. But yeah, if we're going through a sensitive area, we just lay all that plywood out. And it's easy on the mini skid because we can run it 4 foot wide. Yeah. So, I mean, that's one reason I prefer them is the lightweight of them. We can get them into any yard. Most times my big machines stayed at our shop because it was just too big for most residential stuff, the amount of damage it did. But for hardscaping, we could pick up the full pallets of stone, 2-ton pallets, and move around and get the construction part done. But yeah, we do the same plywood roads. The terra mats are just expensive. But I've considered lately changing up my stack because the plywood is so expensive now. I was looking at some the other week, but yeah, that would mitigate and spread the weight load. But again, it's an investment somebody has to be willing to make. And I hate to speak bad about most landscapers, but most just aren't buying stuff like that. They just don't. Some rent the machine just for the day they're doing the sod work. So they're just happy to have it dropped off, run it around for the day and a half, get it back. So they're definitely not going to invest in ground protection.
As the city of Atlanta rewrites their tree ordinance, do you think any of the things that you have talked about today can be implemented in that, either on an individual basis or through GAA?
That's a good question. I hope so. But the dilemma is just so many layers of people, right? Like he was saying, it's you got an engineer looking at just specifications. I mean, he just wants to see a chart and say, this is what the chart says. And they don't want to bend from it. And sometimes it's creative planning, like, like the Grant Park thing that I had with the mulch area, right? That should be common sense, but he was about to fail his inspection because I didn't have enough grass down yet. Had I had the arborist there at the same time, it would have been an easy discussion, but I just had to go to battle for it. I don't know. It's just layers, and engineers are tough. Like it's so lettered down to the way it is written. And this craziest part is if you get the permit through, I can then turn on an inspector like Atlanta has a pre-construction meeting. So that was typically, and I think still is always, the site environmental inspector. I've had that pre-construction meeting. There's nothing in place. You have to have it before any erosion measures go up. And I'd stand there with the inspector and say, well, here's what's on the permit. What do you want me to do? And the engineer will never be on that site again. The only person that will ever come back is that inspector for that zone. And the inspectors before have said, do this, right? I'd ask about the models. He said, as long as nothing leaves the site, they don't care. They're like, we're worried about bigger sites that are open and have an acre plus of runoff possibility. So the inspector normally says, you do what's responsible to protect your license, right? To keep the erosion from leaving your site. And she's like, I'll never see you again, right? I'll just sign off when you're done with your project and we're fine. But the toughest part is getting through the permitting stage, because then it has to hit the desk and go through all the people. So I don't know. I don't know where the layer is, because like I said, the fencing has to be out for a landscaper to work. You know, because even in my examples, we're going to plant stuff, and I can't have that fencing right in the middle of us doing just planting of material, because we got to yank it at some point. So, you know, where do you pull it, and where do you have landscapers be educated to not do more damage when everybody spent 6 months plus protecting everything? So I don't know.
Sorry.
So much gray area in all of that. I don't know what to say, but thank you for pointing that out, and with great graphical representation. So next up is Dr. Kim Coder. Kim, if you're there, are you able to share your video?
Let's do it.
My goodness, there he is. Okay, I'm going to spotlight you. Okay, Dr. Kim Coder. I think we all know who he is.
Your video, you're prepared to do that?
Yep.
Okay, thanks for your patience, everybody.
All right. Now, can everyone see the single slide, or do you see two slides? Okay, well, that's great. And I assume my audio is still functioning. So let's get started. I'm sorry I can't be with you today. I broke my leg, my lower right leg, so I can't drive, or I can drive, but I drive very poorly. And so I'd love to be there, but we're going to have to do this remotely. What we're trying to do today is talk about trees, turf, and soil. And one of the things about the soil are the essential elements that go into making a tree. And so if you go to the GAA site, their website, you'll find 3 publications that deal with essential elements of trees. Plus, I put a fourth one in there on nitrogen, since that's what a lot of people pay attention to in our clients, and that can be the most expensive of the elements. So that's all available for you. You can download it. It will put you to sleep if you read it. But let's talk about essential elements. Remember, if we're talking about Earth's ecology is all about how you capture energy and the material that you extract from the system. So if we worry about those 2 things, that gives us life on Earth is worried about energy, water, geology, and atmosphere. And today we're really going to concentrate more on the geology. Even though water is an essential element, although it's a compound, it's made of 2 elements, I always consider it essential because it is what supports the other elements. So in trees, what do? Well, if we're going to have good tree health management, we got to manage water. We got to manage light, because that's how we're going to fuel everything. And then we're going to have to manage the essential elements. So if you look at a tree, 80% of what you see in a tree is based on water. 19% of what you see is an invisible gas in the room you're sitting in, CO2. And 1% or less are essential elements coming from the soil. Now, just because they're small, a small amount is needed, that doesn't mean that they're not essential or less essential. Water, CO2, and essential elements are all essential, even though they're needed in different proportions. So if we take a look at a tree recipe, 1% or less are coming from the soil. Now, there are a few essential elements that can come as it's dissolved in soil water, but some can come from the air. There are some pollutants. Some sulfur, for example, can come through the air and into the tree, but most everything comes from the soil. Now, when we're looking at the elements, more than 90% or 90%, more than 90 of them can be found in a tree. 90 different elements. The tree is always going to take up whatever elements is in the soil. And so if you have a soil that's very rich in a diversity of different elements, all of those are going to end up in the tree. Now, one of the things we need to talk about before we go on is, what is an element? Well, you may have seen this, and don't scream when I turn the slide. Now, remember that crap from high school or college chemistry? It was up on the wall in the biology or chemistry room. It's the periodic table of elements. These are the natural elements that we have on Earth. There are two that are missing because you only find them in deep space, and they're very rare. And you notice we don't have a lot of the heavy elements listed because those have been artificially produced in reactors. So these are the natural elements that you would find running around out there in the soil. The biggest, heaviest one is uranium, although if you want to tell a secret, there is an isotope of the next highest one that can be found occasionally. But there are the table gaps, technetium and promethium. They're not found on Earth, so even though we have a space for them in our periodic table, they're not found here. And so in that periodic table of elements, that table that you swore you would never, ever use again after you saw it on the wall, all of those elements come from star death and fusion ash. So just think about when you're charcoal and you're going to charcoal burgers and hot dogs this weekend, and you look in the bottom where all the ash is, that's where all these elements come from, except they're made under a little bit hotter, a little bit more drastic environment. So where do the elements come from, the essential elements? Well, a bunch come from the Big Bang, hydrogen and helium, from the very beginning, with a couple other trace light elements. Star fusion will produce things up to nickel and iron. In the star core, we're getting all kinds of decay and changes in those elements that goes up to bismuth. And then anything from uranium down below could occur in a supernova. So we got all kinds of elements out there in the universe, and they're all accumulating, and they fall out on Earth. So again, Earth has more than 90 different elements. Now, if that is an element, what is an essential element in a tree? Well, one of the things, even though it may sound like we're nitpicking, an element is not a nutrient. A nutrient and an element are not the same thing. A nutrient is a compound with potential energy, chemical bonds. A nutrient is used for transferring energy and building structures in the tree. That's a nutrient. Sugar is a nutrient. Nitrogen is not. So again, if you want to be precise and accurate, when you're talking about, say, magnesium, that is an element. It is not a nutrient. But a lot of times people buy a big old bag of fertilizer at the big box store and say, well, here's all my nutrients. Those are not nutrients. You're adding elements. So, what does an essential element do? An essential element is required for normal tree growth and reproduction over many years. Now, sometimes a tree can go without an essential element for a year or two. Sometimes they can cause some growth issues, but over the long run, They are going to be required for reproduction and normal growth, and an essential element cannot be substituted for. Now, what does that mean? Well, you know, if you're looking at manganese over a short time can partially substitute for iron and magnesium, but not for a long term. All three of these are essential. And even though in the short run they might substitute for each other, in the short run they can't. In the long run, and the tree will suffer. So in trees, we got 19 essential elements plus water. So these are the essential 20 elements. Now, some of you horticulture agronomists, depending upon where your training was, you said, now, wait a minute, there's only supposed to be 16. That's what I learned. Well, that's true in a number of annual crops, in a number of bench crops, field crops, agronomic crops. There are only 16. But remember, trees are perennial, and they have to make relationships with mycorrhizae and make relationship with nitrogen producers in the soil. And that requires trees to have 19 different essential elements plus water. Here's our, I was going to say A to Z essential elements, but it's actually B to Z. From boron to zinc, these are the essential elements required to let the tree have normal growth and reproduction. And you could, the rest of the talk, it'll all be the element symbol. So if you have a problem with the symbol, you can always look back and see, well, was that calcium or manganese or magnesium? Which one is that? So we're going to use the codes, the symbols for the rest of the time. And here is my little try it artwork. Every time I break something and have to stay at home, or when there's a big pandemic, I try my artwork. And so this is the size, the proportion of all the essential elements needed, starting with nitrogen, the biggest, potassium, the second, phosphorus, the third, and then there's limestone or calcium, magnesium. So you see all of the essential elements are listed in this graphic. All right, so what happens if we don't have essential elements? Well, one, the tree dies. Or it can have restricted growth, survival, and defense. And if you restrict defense, everybody in the neighborhood is going to eat up on the tree. It can also, essential element shortages can also cause stunted or abnormal appearance of roots, of leaves, of twigs. So without essential element, the tree is messed up. Now, we have a lot of elements that were known for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. Even in medieval times, people knew manure, nitrogen, even though they didn't know what it was called, would help growth. So the old elements have been around a while, but we've continued to look for new elements that are essential in trees. In 1954, chlorine was found to be essential in 54, which is relatively new. And then here in Georgia at the Fruit and Nut Station, the USDA Fruit and Nut Station near Byram, they discovered that nickel was an essential element as we manage perennial trees in native soils. And so what I did was I went to the literature out there and I tried to find every beneficial element that is listed in some plant, whether it's an algae, it's a grass, it's a bamboo, it's all kinds of different plants. It's a diatom. What are essential elements? They're not essential in trees, but someday they may be discovered to be because they are beneficial in some plants. So they're not essential in trees, and they're present and beneficial. They help the plant get through their life cycle and reproduction, but they may not be perfectly essential. And if you look at that, things like silver, aluminum arsenic. The ones with the asterisk by them are super heavies. And the Chinese have found in some of their farm crops, their vegetable crops, that these things actually help. But there's lithium and sodium and platinum, vanadium, titanium. These are beneficial in some plant somewhere. But if we're looking at what could be the next essential element found in trees, it's vanadium. Now, the problem with finding a new essential element is vanadium is needed in 2 parts per billion in a tree. That's how much the tree needs. But yet in most soils that we have, there's 1 part per million of vanadium in the soil. And of course, vanadium is a light metal. So there's a whole bunch more vanadium in our soils than the tree needs. And so the chances of it ever being short is small. And the chances of it being found to be as purely essential, even though we know it's part of an enzyme system in a tree, you probably won't ever have a shortage, and it may be a while before they declare it essential. So the bottom line is, trees have many essential elements, and all of these elements are needed in different proportions. Some are needed in just tiny amounts, some are needed in big amounts, but they're all essential. It's not presence or absence, it's the proportion that they're in. Now, this next slide is a little hard to see. We're looking at the far right-hand column. The relative concentration of these essential elements in a tree. Now, the first column is the symbol. The second is the concentration in our solar system. And then the middle column there, relative concentration in the Earth's crust. And so the Earth's crust and the concentration in the tree, those are the proportions. So when you're looking at the poor old tree, cobalt is needed in a tiny, tiny amount, along with silicon and molybdenum. But then I have set the proportion of carbon and oxygen at 1 million, and everything else is proportional. If you deviate too much from this proportion for a tree, it will either be, you'll cause an element to either be deficient or toxic. This is the recipe for a tree and the essential elements. Notice that nitrogen, when you get away from CO2 and water, nitrogen is the biggest thing that's needed. Now, I put this in because in urban areas, community areas, we have a legacy of pollution that goes back 200 years or more. And these pollutants, the heavy metals, they don't evaporate. They can erode away, but they're going to be there. If you build your site on top of a 1900 nursery that used a lot of copper and arsen pesticides, though that copper and arsenate is still going to be there. And so you have to deal with the legacy of some of these heavy elements. And you notice that the ones that have an asterisk by them, not only are those heavy metals, they're also essential in trees, but they can quickly pop up to be toxic on sites if you don't know what's on that site. What if you are going to put a landscape in over the top of an old gas station? An ancient old gas station that was leaking petroleum and leaded gasoline and stuff. What are you going to get on that site? Well, you obviously may have compaction and all those problems, but you could also have a heavy metal legacy problem. Now, one of the things that I just mentioned about these essential elements being on the heavy metal list, there are elements that are listed as both potentially essential in trees and known to be toxic to trees. And all of them from aluminum down to titanium, most of them mess with phosphate. Phosphate use, and if you mess with phosphates, you're tearing up the tree's energy system. Now, some of them also mess with nitrate. So just think about having elements there on site that mess with your phosphate and your nitrate. So instead of using the big old periodic table of elements with all native elements in it, I always use this periodic table of elements for trees. I cut out the families, and of course a family is a column in this. I cut out the families we don't have any members in for essential elements, and cut off the bottom heavy elements because molybdenum is the heaviest element by far that we find essential for trees, and it's needed for 2 little systems that are essential. But this is the number of elements and their families that you find essential in trees. And the thing to remember, it's always about proportion. Too much or too little is going to kill you. You got to have the right proportion. If I put you down in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, dodging hurricanes, how long can you sit there and tread water? Well, you're probably going to die of thirst, even though you're surrounded by water. In that case, too much water is going to kill you, and not enough fresh water is going to kill you. So the point is, with a lot of essential elements, the curves look like this. They're deficient up to a point, then they're adequate to superabundant, and then they become toxic at too high of level. And this goes for all of these essential elements. But the terrible thing are some of the metals. Metals like copper. Copper can be deficient in a tree and show deficiency, but there is a very short, small peak of adequate before it becomes toxic. The line between deficient and toxic in some of the metals is very thin, and metal toxicity can be clumped together. You have to include all of the metals together to tell if you've got a legacy of toxicity among the metals. So you want a pretty picture to put up on your wall, a tattoo maybe for your arm, the back of your motorcycle jacket. You just put this water droplet up there, and starting at the middle and going clockwise around are the essential elements needed for trees. So in the middle, CHO, we have water and CO2. Those elements are essential and needed in big amounts. But as we go around counter or clockwise, we finally end up down at the bottom with silicon, molybdenum, nickel, and cobalt. So as we talk about essential elements in trees, it is more than dumping a bag of fertilizer on your trees. We have clients, and you know who they are. They will go out and damage your trees that you're supposed to be taking care of. And they will dump all kinds of stuff on them, but they will nuke them with nitrogen, and the tree shows all kinds of problems. And if they've invited you in, they know there's problems there, but they're going to blame you. So again, we don't dump on fertilizer, even though we're not talking about fertilizer right now. Remember, fertilizer is supposed to be a trickle, not a gusher. Trickle, not gusher, that's what we want. All right, so let's get to why these things matter. Why essential elements matter, especially in our soils and our trees. The first thing to talk about is we put a lot of effort into pH. And of course, it doesn't matter very much, water pH, soil pH, unless it's near one of the ends. But as we take a look at pH and essential elements, The bars show where that particular element is not available on our pH scale. And of course, 7 is neutral. And as we get 6, 5, 4, that's acid. As we go 8, 9, 10, that's more basic. And notice that there are some things that are not available in acid soils, and some things that are not available in basic soils. So let's look at P, phosphorus. NPK, in the bag, we put it out, and if you have an acid soil that's below 5.5 in pH, that phosphate is going to be tied up like a rock and not available. It didn't matter that you put a whole bunch on. It's not going to be available in the soil availability matrix because of the pH issue. If you look at some of these metals, if it's too basic, they're not available to the tree. And this is where you say, Kim, oh, for goodness sakes, I got to get out of Griffin before the traffic jam starts. What's the point? What's the point? Well, one of the points is you like NPK. What about NPK and its relative effectiveness or availability in the soil? Look at the soil pH between 7 neutral and 4.5 acid. Well, if you put that stuff on and it's too acid, you're not getting the bang for the buck that you wanted. You're not getting the fertilizer effect you think you're getting. Because at 5.5, in this particular case, it's showing the phosphorus, half of what you put on is not available, and it's going to get worse. But even in nitrogen, as we start to get below 6 in a pH, we're having some nitrogen issues. But let's get beyond that. What we can do in trees, let's talk about diagnosing problems. We're going to talk about 2 types of diagnosis. The first one is element interactions. The elements are all mixed up in the stew or the soup or the cauldron of the soil. A little bit is available. Most of it's held in the matrix of organic and inorganic materials. And so we're going to play a game. The game of element availability interactions, because this is exciting. If you thought the periodic table of elements was exciting, you ain't seen nothing yet. So let's look at tree element availability interactions. Notice that across the top are the essential elements in trees, except that I broke ammonium and nitrate apart. Nitrate is N-, ammonium is N+. Now, if it says A, that means it's antagonistic. If zinc, for example, in the first square is antagonistic with boron. If zinc goes up in availability, boron goes down. They're antagonistic. They go opposite directions. If you look over across the top to where it says P, phosphorus. Phosphorus and boron, actually it would be borate, are synergistic. If you add phosphorus, you get better availability of boron. That's what this little graph is trying to show. Now, in the back of the room, it's hard to see what all this is at. That's why you go to the publications that GAA has made available to you and take a look, and you can see this graph up close and personal. So how do we read this? Well, let's just pick on manganese. Manganese is an essential element. And look down there where it says ASAS, antagonistic and synergistic. Now, there are a few that say AS. In different research papers, different people have found they're either antagonistic or synergistic at the same time. But that's what that is trying to show you. So let's talk about what that means. Well, manganese deficiencies are usually misdiagnosed consistently as magnesium, iron, and sulfur deficiencies. Say, oh my gosh, I got a sulfur deficiency. Do you? You got an iron deficiency? Do you? Have you made sure that you've checked manganese? Because of the interactions in the soil, one deficiency or toxicity can be hidden behind another. Let's talk about nitrogen. Remember, N- is nitrate, N+ is ammonium. And look as you go down because of the charge, most of these, if you have one is antagonistic, the other is synergistic, they go opposite directions. But if you add nitrate, what happens with cobalt? Well, you get more availability cobalt, but you lose iron. You lose manganese, but you gain sulfur. But if you add ammonium fertilizer, calcium goes down, a calcium availability in the soil. Chlorine goes up. And you say, okay, crap. What does that mean? You increase nitrate. You fertilize nitrate. That means the top 6 increase in availability to the tree. But the bottom 5 go down just by you adding one element, or in this case, nitrate. You added one thing and it affected 11 different other elements. So you put NPK fertilizer on? Well, let's enrich phosphorus and potassium. You enrich those two and copper declines. And you say, don't worry, Kim, I'm going to put some more copper on it. So then we enrich with copper and zinc and molybdenum decline and manganese increases. Look, there is not one thing to add that changes nothing else. It's ecology. It's a soil chemistry system. You can't put one thing on without affecting other things. So let's do this one more time. Actually, it's a couple more times. Let's say, like in a pecan orchard, you want good shells on your pecan, you put zinc on there. You enrich with zinc, and potassium, calcium, magnesium decline. But you want to know a terrible secret? If you have adequate cobalt, it reduces the effect of the decline. Isn't that a knock in the head? And if you let your zinc decline in the soil, nickel declines and phosphorus increases. All right, are we tired of this yet? What about if we take a little bit of tiny cobalt? You just need just the tiniest, a salt shaker or less per acre is all you need to make sure you have cobalt. You enrich in cobalt, iron declines, zinc increases. But you put too much cobalt on, remember it's a metal, it will come up and get you if you put too much on. Cobalt toxicity mimics iron and manganese deficiency. We're almost done. Be calm. Now, magnesium toxicity, magnesium, like in dolomitic limestone, if you get too much on, it will show calcium or potassium deficiency. So you think you have potassium deficiency? Did you check manganese? I'm sorry, magnesium? You better. Because you may have a toxicity problem. This is the last one. Trust me on this. Let's enrich with dolomitic limestone. Put down calcium and magnesium. Now remember, there is no free lunch. There is no thing that you do that doesn't affect other things. So you add dolomitic limestone, calcium and magnesium. Phosphorus declines from the calcium part. Phosphorus availability in the soil increases because of the magnesium part, but it's not balanced. They're moving in different directions at different rates. My point is, you can't add one thing without other things changing. And if you do this blind, you're going to make the wrong diagnosis if there is a toxicity or deficiency symptom in your tree. Let's change. We're tired of those kind of elements. Now we're going to talk about a diagnostic problem of the tree symptoms. A tree doesn't have very many symptoms. It shows the same symptom for a lot of different causes. But let's look at it for essential elements. So here is a list. In a whole tree, these 4 elements, NPKS, can really disrupt a tree and make it look bad. Here is something that's called gummosis. You'll have roots oozing gum. Copper and zinc deficiency will cause this. In the shoots, copper and zinc will cause gummosis also. But if you have shoots that are stunted, damaged, or killed, the tree shoots are stunted, damaged, or killed, look at these things. Those are 13 different elements that could cause the same symptom. So here is another set, secondary meristems. If you have lesions or cambial death, calcium deficiency can cause that. What about you have brooming? The buds are released, copper and nickel deficiencies can cause that. What about the new tree, the new leaves come out and they start to wilt? Well, there's 6 elements that could all cause that. They could each cause it by themselves, or combinations of deficiencies could cause it. But this is one that I think is interesting because our clients have been taught. Let's go down to color. General chlorosis, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 6th one down, it says leaves, general chlorosis. All right. What do you do when you have chlorotic leaves? If your leaves on your trees are turning yellow, what do? Well, a bunch of clients will put a bunch of nitrogen on there. After a little bit, if nothing happens, it's still chlorotic. What do they do then? They put more nitrogen on it. That was a trick question. But general chlorosis can be caused by all of these guys in deficiency. Boron, chloride, or chlorine, copper, iron, potassium, manganese, or magnesium, molybdenum, manganese, nickel, sulfur, and zinc. Those can cause general chlorosis in tree leaves. All of them, or one of them. So when a client is dumping all kinds of stuff on, they may be going the wrong direction and making things worse. This top one was something that surprised me that some of our pathologists and entomologists have looked at. They consider it increased pest effectiveness across the whole tree. If we have deficiencies in those 7 essential elements, it helps the pests get in and do things. Now, also remember, as we're talking about diagnostics, newer tissue, if you lock up material in the new tissue, or the symptom, the deficiency of symptom appears in the new tissue, that means the element is mobile and deficient. If you see a deficiency symptom in the older tissue, that means that the element is mobile, can be moved around by the tree, and the tree is pulling it out of older tissue to use it in new tissue. But then there is a group in the middle that's partially mobile. So in the old days of old wives and husband tales, people said, well, if it's on the lower part of the crown, or it's the older tissue, or it's the new tissue at the top part of the crown, but showing this deficiency, this is what it is. Manure. Manure is the proper term to use, that is not right. My apologies to old wives and husbands. My point here, and you say, please let there be a point. Many elements elicit the same set of deficiencies in many different tree species. You see the same deficiencies caused by multiple elements in most of our tree species. Now, we've been talking deficiency. What about toxicity? Too much. Deficiency was not enough. What about toxicity? Look at this toxicity. What causes stunting of roots? Toxicity of magnesium and copper. What about periderm lesions? Manganese and nickel. But remember what I liked the first time is here's leaves and here's chlorosis. Boron, calcium, chloride, cobalt, copper, manganese, and nickel. Toxicities can cause chlorosis in leaves. Now, what if you're still awake, what you should be saying, well, now that doesn't make any sense because both deficiency of it and toxicity of it causes chlorosis? Absolutely. And these are the ones that do it. Both deficiency and toxicity cause similar effects. And again, what do we summarize? We say that the same tree symptom can have multiple element causes. Or it could actually have a cause that's not related to elements at all, but how do you know unless you test? So my bottom line here is, if you worry about element interactions, you add one, things change. And the best way to describe that, you ever see that kid's toy that is a bunch of cogs and you put them on a board and you turn one cog and it turns all these other cogs different directions? That's what you're doing when you're putting a element on a soil, a healthy, ecologically viable soil. You're seeing element interactions. The other thing is that we have limited symptom presentation by the tree. Many elements are causing these multiple symptoms, but there's not a lot of symptoms the trees can do. We can do chlorosis or color the leaves, and that can be caused by many, many, many elements. Both of these things lead to diagnosis issues, diagnosis errors. In the old days, back when the dinosaurs still existed in 1970s and 80s, you'd get out a little sheet and it said, if it looks like this, this is the single element that's causing it. They were little tiny keys. Some people would take them with them in the front of their pickup truck and say, well, it says this, lower chlorosis in the lower crown, it must be this. Those caused visual element assessments cause so many errors. And then you go and put stuff on that causes even worse problems. So what's the meaning of a tree symptom? Deficiency symptom key from annual agronomic field crops or fast-growing greenhouse crops are poor for trees. If it is not a tree key of deficiency, don't use it because it will be wrong and you have the potential for damaging your tree. Simple visual assessment guides always lead to misdiagnosis and appropriate response errors. You misdiagnose it, you go to put something on it as an appropriate response, and it's the wrong thing that forces everything another direction. We can't be doing that. we have got to be tree literate and educated. So visual symptoms, never. Don't use those for assessing essential element problems, deficiencies or toxicities. So what we're going to do, you say, well, what do? You soil test for availability of the element and its toxicity. You tissue test for its deficiency. See the word that's in there twice? Test, test, test. So you have to know the tree essential elements. And if you don't know and understand tree essential elements, how they work and interact, and what they are, and how you diagnose problems, the tree is going to pay the price. Now, some elements like N, P, and K, they're needed in big amounts and they can be short and toxic. And they're easy to correct. Some of these are not easy to correct and is based on your soil. And remember, you got urban soils to deal with, not good old field crop soil. So remember my little water droplet, 19 essential elements plus water that are essential for trees. The other thing, please, when you're talking to clients, it's not about fertilizer or growth. It is about ecological enrichment and health of the tree. That is our business, ecological enrichment of the site and health of the tree. So we can add essential elements. And when you do, you are tuning the site like a radio. You ecologically tune the site and balance the other elements when you add something. And remember that the same tree symptom can have many, many, many different causes. A number of them elements, a number of them not. So when you go out today, when you go on to talk to your clients and things, it's easy to buy a bag of fertilizer. It's difficult to write a prescription for the ecological health of the tree. But that's why they're paying us a modest amount of money, and in some of your cases, big money. Thanks a lot for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Coder. Let's see, I'm not sure where the echo is coming from. Anyway, my question is, this morning we had Dr. Lessl talk to us about soil tests, and they give recommendations. Do you have much faith in I mean, not to throw him under the bus, but have you seen those recommendations based on what elements you should add?
When you are talking to soil testing, it's what you ask for. If you ask for a general agronomic soil test, that is the result that you will get. And there is great value in that. But there are some elements, some components of the soil that are not tested that you should be testing for. So it's not that one is good or bad. Most clients don't want a full range test. They want the cheapest little test that you can get, and that does not cover a lot of the elements. And so when you talk about soil test or tissue tests, you got to be careful to ask for what you need and think about what the result means. For a number of soil tests, you can mark that it's for a tree, it's for a pine, it's for a hardwood. But then in the database of wherever that's at, is there adequate review of what a tree needs versus what a cotton plant needs or a peanut plant needs? So you got to know what you're asking for and what you're ordering. Again, most clients don't want to pay for a full run out review of their site. And so it's kind of like you going to a physician or taking your pet to a veterinarian and said, well, we could probably figure out what's wrong with it but we're only going to give you these 3 things. So you got to make up what you think is wrong with it, because we're not going to test for everything. That's on you, or it's on the client.
Thank you, Dr. Coder.
There we go.
That answered it. We're good. And nobody else has any questions. We really appreciate your time as always. And it's been a very successful day. So thank you everybody for being here. And we will be recording this and putting it up on our website. It's on Facebook, as well as you will receive your CEUs. If you had any issues, email me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. Have a great day.